can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give you a ray of light. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give you a ray of light. Open your heart. what you want to say, baby. When you are alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio by. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Grow your yourself and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. Yeah. And show your eyes that what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the key. Just say yourself and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the key. Just say
Perfect. Oh my gosh, chat. Oh my gosh, we gotta stop meeting like this. No, seriously. Like, I keep on staying up later and waking up later, and it's like this reinforcing cycle that makes me, like, incredibly late to stream. 3.5 hours late from my normal starting time. That is a little bit wild, but that's okay. We're gonna deal with it as we go, all right? I've got more stuff for you, both on the political front and on the drama front. As there is, like I said, there's no, like, the Sunday Tyler stuff is just, like, and I'm just catching us up with, I don't know, where we're at now. I assume that Sunday and Tyler will stream again tomorrow, and so there's going to be more going on and more to go over, so I'm trying to catch us up with where we need to be for tomorrow to see what happens. Also, we've got a Groyper war tomorrow. Yeah. The Groypers, they're going to war against Donald Trump. Oh, it's finally happened, chat, and it's so good. The right wing, they're falling to pieces. They're falling to pieces, and I'm here for it. I hope you're here for it too, gumshoes. Is that from the movie Mother? I've never heard of the movie Mother, but I've heard of the video game. Are they, like, related? Shakespeare, you gotta tell me, is that orthography that you're using? Is that like Fairy Queen? I feel like Shakespeare wrote a very literate timestamp, series of timestamps this morning for the stream yesterday, and I've already screwed it up. I'm sorry, Shakespeare. I ended up cutting out some of the music. Don't worry, there's still a minute of music there for you music enjoyers, but I cut out, I don't know, 20 minutes of the music, and so the timestamps are adjusted accordingly. Yeah, I thought it was Fairy Queen. That's Edmund Spencer. I kind of dig it. What English even is that? Is that Middle English? No, wait, Middle English is like the Canterbury Tales, right? Yeah, the Fairy Queen. Oh my gosh. Not heard of the video game? You've not heard of Mother? Actually, you know what? Realistically speaking, though, I've only heard of Mother 3. I haven't heard of Mother 2 or Mother 1, which I assume came before. I assume that's what is going on with those. But there's a movie called Mother? Sunday manifesting the power of Cthulhu. Yeah, he does that. He does that. And also the power of the Sun Kini. Did I show you all the Sun Kini the other day? Let's see if I could find this. Sunday Bikini. Hello, Expeditious Mallard. Wait, Sunday Bikini. Official President Sunday Bikini. Look, if we're going to talk about Sunday, which we are in just a second, right? First, we're going to do the news. The news report. The news and review. There it is. That is the Sun Kini, right? Have you ever wanted to wear a bikini where Sunday's face was on every part of your bikini? Because there it is. There it is right there, folks. That is the Sunkini. I can't wait to see this at the beach. I want this to happen. I need to make this a thing. Supposedly, at least one person ordered one, right? I mean, I guess I can't really. Oh wait, you're not seeing it. You're not seeing. I'm looking at it all by myself. I'm so greedy. Look. All right, here we go. Sunkini. This is what we're talking about. And yes, it is also. Sunday is also down there. If you've ever wanted President Sunday all over your body, well, look no further. Yep. There he is. There he is, chat. He's everywhere. He's everywhere. And he's going to be everywhere on the beach this summer, right? You get your Sunkini while they last. Yo, Sunday, you should pay me for this, right? Maybe? I don't know. I could get paid for this? I should get paid for this. I am unintentionally advertising for President freaking Sunday. All right, let me get some Void coffee. It is Mother is just loud? Wait. Do you have a case of the Mondays on Sunday? Well, I have a case of the, like, got to bed too late last night because we ended up, oh my God, chat. So if you weren't here yesterday, you should probably check the stream out. I covered Donald Trump's disastrous press conference, and somehow we got numbers like you would not believe. Numbers like I can hardly believe. I don't know what happened, chat. We went right from being a 2-digit streamer to being a 4-digit streamer. Right, and you know what's next? That means that next is 5 digits. We got to get 10,000 in this stream, and then we can talk to Hasanabi, XQC, QT Cinderella, Aiden Ross, all of those people. We'll be talking to Kai Cenat. Well, my people will be talking to Kai Cenat's people. We will be conversing with iShow Speed before too long. And I'm here for it. I'm here for the iShow Speed collab. The iShow Speed NCC collab. Wait, TC? Oh, there we go, TC. Wait, I'm on live chat now. Yeah, I'm actually doing right. I'm doing right. I'm doing right by you. I'm doing right by myself. The only thing that I'm not doing right is by my health, really. Like, I swear to God, I gotta start getting more sleep. I went to bed at, like, I don't even know what hour, but it was some ridiculous hour. It reminded me of being a late night streamer. I felt very much like a late night streamer. Will Sunday unban you? I don't know. I don't think he trusts me either. Like, all I said was, like, you know, maybe you shouldn't say the academic version of the N-word. And you know what I mean when I say that, Chad. It's the one with the O ending, right? And it's just kind of like, I mean, I know you're reading a historical text, Sunday, but, like, really, would you read Huckleberry Finn on stream and just, you know, that's literary, that's in the book, that's, you know, some people, some professors, some teachers are very adamant about faithfully pronouncing every word of Mark Twain's story, and I don't know. I don't feel great about that. But yeah, we're Waluigi looks for once like less tired than me. Actually, do I look tired, Chad? Am I showing it? That's some perky void coffee. That's good stuff. But yeah, look, we got more drama for you. We got more Sunday and Tyler to cover. It is going to take forever. Forever to get through this story. And I don't even know if it'll... I doubt it'll be done tomorrow either. It seems like it's going to go on and on and on for at least a little while here. I look fine. I don't look tired. Seriously. I guess the lighting's really good, right? The stuff that I just edited, you know, my RFK and the bear video, which you should watch. Not right now, but make a point. Make a point to go to my channel and find it. It's under politics, okay? You can find, or just click on videos, right? You'll find RFK and the bear, and it's like one of the best videos that I've edited so far. Like I really am proud of myself and the job that I did on that video. It only took me a day and a half. A full day and a half to edit 12 minutes. 12 minutes of video for you, but there it is. It's out there now, so. I do not look tired. Well, that's good to know. I don't want to look tired. Because we got a lot to cover today. Like I said, we're going to cover more of the Sunday and Tyler stuff, but first we got to get to these Trump leaks. What am I talking about? Well, you know, this is a word that I am afraid to say. I'm afraid to type into my description. And in terms of how this leak was procured, right? But we actually don't know very much about how this leak was procured, right? It's a leak of the Trump campaign, right? But not by like the Biden people. This isn't like a Watergate thing that's going on. We don't know who did it, right? But somebody named, oh my God, what was their name again? Oh, I forgot it already. Robert. Yeah, this infamous Robert. The Dread Pirate Robert. The Dread Pirate Robert has leaked to Politico and many other news outlets secret information from the Trump campaign, including a dossier of sorts on their vice presidential candidate, JD Vance. So if you don't know, there's a process called vetting that goes on in campaigns, right? Especially when you're talking about picking a vice presidential candidate. You've got to vet them. And what that means is make sure you dig up all the dirt you can on them so you know what sort of stuff you might expect to come out, and you're prepared when they bust out this or they bust out that or they show the picture of your vice presidential candidate in drag. You need to be ready for that and be like, actually his eyeliner was immaculate, you know. But you can't really do that with JD Vance, can you? That's a little bit different. That's a little bit different, right? With how hard these motherfuckers go on like drag queen story hour and trans people and all the, you know, the how these people, how hard they go on their family values shit. I feel like these pictures that we're going to look at of JD Vance hit a little bit different, because honestly, there's nothing wrong with dressing in drag. It's not actually a bad thing. Are we going to see episode 2 of the Voshites and the Restless? I mean, kind of. We're going to get to it here. But yeah, first we're going to see the revelations from the folders. We got the folders, chat. We got the folders, gumshoes. Vance in drag is pretty cursed. Yeah, I mean, I feel like he looks better with just the eyeliner. I feel like that's enough for me, but anyway. 3 minutes like Zan's editor says. Oh my God. I wish Narwhal by nature. I feel like my videos are a little bit better than Xander Hall's. All right. Xander Hall's videos are just him sitting there and he's like, hey, everyone. So you remember when we were talking about Joe Rogan the last time? Well, it looks like Joe Rogan has changed his mind about the political candidate that he wants to support. That's right. Joe Rogan has announced his support for RFK Jr., the same guy that has the brain parasite. Anyway, that's how Xander Hall's videos will start out. There'll be like music. There'll be like some lo-fi music in the background. Speaking of which, chat, should we do that? Just for today? As a treat? Can we get some of that music? Let's see what I've got in my library here. All right, so we're doing a Xander Hall segment here. I got to intro the video. Hey, everybody. So we've got some new information about JD Vance. That's right, the Trump vice presidential choice has turned out to be the gift that keeps on giving. And this time what he's giving is Well, you tell me. You tell me what you think of his drag persona. I don't know, something like that, right? I gotta get Cherry Bread TV to write the intro for me, like she does for Zan. What do you think, chat? Are you grooving? It's my favorite new copyright-free jam. You're up for it. You're up for it. You're ready. I forgot how much I dislike Xander Hall's intro. Well, mine's a little different, right? I feel like I don't do enough of an intro. I don't know. I don't know. It could be better if I did. Does he always say like and subscribe in the beginning? I look adorable, says a Megastar. Thank you, a Megastar. I should take care of myself. But today that means drinking more Void coffee. So anyway, let me see order of operation here. Because we got limited time. We got to get going. So I'm going to shoo the long intro, right? Yesterday, I feel like I talked to chat about... What did I talk to you about? Like dairy products? That's a weird thing. That's some really weird stuff, right? Dairy products? Why was I talking to you about dairy products? I don't even eat dairy products. We were talking about cheese. We were talking about all the different varieties of cheese. I enjoy lo-fi music. Wait, there's some people who don't, though. One in chat if you do not enjoy this extra music behind. But yeah, he starts off, there's like lo-fi music in the background. He's talking, you know, he's introducing the subject. And then he goes into his react. And then if you've liked what you've seen here, make sure to subscribe to the channel for more of this. And hit that like button, too. It really helps me out a lot. Something like that. I've noticed that only 23% of you are actually subscribed to my channel. Let's fix that. Let's hit that subscribe button right now. I think he's a red panda. Wait, Xander Hall's a red panda? How is Xander Hall still alive? This blows my fucking mind. I was looking at Demon Mama's social blade. All right. We got to keep that pack watch up for a variety of people, apparently. But not Xander Hall. There's no pack watch on Xander Hall, right? He's doing fine. His channel's doing better than anybody's channel out there. I'm not sure how that's working, right? Social blade. Okay. We got to get that social blade. We got to bring this up and we'll take a little look at the Demon Mama. No, that's not her. I always type in Demon Space Mama and it pulls up some random channel with like 376 subscribers. But a decent amount of views, strangely. But no, what I'm looking for is, I'm looking for Demon Mama here. There she is. So yeah, chat, I'm just going to give you a little intro of what we're talking about, what we're dealing with today. So like I said, like her channel, I am not trying to, you know, fog Demon Mama here, which is like mogging for femmes, right? But we seem to have a problem, Houston. In fact, we don't have like a lot of good signs, right? That's a new video, 100,000 views in what, like a day? No, that's in a week. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. It's looking grim, chat. It's looking grim. But yeah, here's where it really looks bad, right? Down here. You see? Oh my god, I gotta do this, don't I? I gotta go to this. You see what I'm saying? Right down here. So Xander Hall, in the depths of his dogpiling, you know, with multiple people covering his weird death threats against Keffels, right? He lost a total of 500. That is for a channel that is about 3 times the size of Demon Mama's, right? Demon Mama is already down proportionately more just from the Tyler thing. And there's some questions. there are some real questions about the Tyler thing. There are some real questions about that Sunday's actually going to propose that we're going to take a look into in a little bit. Oh my god, this is good. This is good. Chat, do you like this kind of music? These are vibes. These are vibes. Oh man. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. I'm too excited. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm in the with my jellyfish. I got the music. I got everything that I want. It's kind of spooky. I have a Reddit video link if you want it. Wait. Wait, the Mitch McConnell band is spooky. Wait, what's spooky? Are we talking about spooky action at a distance? All the Xan Nuke stream did was blow back on Demon Mama. You're right, Vodka. And it's the strangest thing I've ever seen. It is truly the strangest thing. I gotta ask Xander Hall. Like, he's the ghoul. He's the ghoul. Xan the cool ghoul. The coolest ghoul you know. The too cool. He's literally too cool for school. What's up with this ghoul? What's up with Xander Ghoul? Let's take a look at him. So yeah, anyway, like I said, Demon Mama is not doing great, but this is just the beginning, potentially. I don't know, though, because now the story's starting to turn. Of all of us, like, if I looked at my channel, I'd have a B-. Demon Mama's got a B-. Xander Hall's the only one of us getting a B. Xander Hall's the only... Wait, what? What? What is this? July 28th to August 3rd. Okay, that's a little while ago. Wait, is he still... I thought he stopped losing subscribe... Oh. Okay, well, maybe I spoke too soon. What? I thought he was up some subscribers. Yeah, 89.8. It's actually not too bad, right? That is, at most 600 subs lost. So 100 more subs than I gained yesterday is what Xander Hall has lost. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. He's got the B-. You know, he's got some growth over 2,000 subs. Look at that. But yeah, down 14. Oh, what? Is that right? Did I forget to carry a 0 or something? Okay, so what is this? Like a total of 1,600 subs missing from Xan's... Well, look at that. There's 1 day of positive growth. I mean... Okay, I guess I was wrong. He still is bleeding subs. Wow. But just, it's not bad. This is not bad for you threatened to unalive another creator. You described the means by which you would like to do it. You asked for the location of the creator in question, of someone who would be more likely than maybe other people to know where the whereabouts of that creator. And you were only down... Wait, so what was he on? Like 91 point? Yeah, I must have forgotten he was at 91.4k subs. There we go. 91.4k subs he was on. Demon Mama drops the nuke. Now he's down 1.4k, which honestly isn't that bad considering his size. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Anyway, enough with the pack watch. Let's get going here. What do I need to do for you? I need to start a Q&A, start a poll, something like that. I don't know, chat. I was kind of thinking about doing the Sunday style stuff, right? So look, bonus content, like this is what we normally do. I ask you for what bonus content you want to see and you vote on it. And then when you donate, you let me know which of these bonus contents you're supporting. And I put your money where your mouth is. Oh my god, chat, I feel like I'm at a mall. Like, I'm at a... I went through time, and I found, like, an 80s mall. Is this an 80s mall? It feels like an 80s mall. I have a conspiracy theory. Xander Hall has 1,000 computers in the other room logged in on a different username and subscribed to himself to fudge the numbers. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. This music is 100. Yes. Yes. Is this 90s or is this 80s, chat? What vibe does this give you? We're definitely in a mall. All right, we're at the food court. There's a fountain. I think we're in the 80s. I feel like we're in the 80s here. Who wants to watch the meow, 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 meow? Check out Discourse in the Discord. Timothy sent you a clip of Trump really freezing up. Well, that's a good way to start the show. With Trump really freezing up. This is jazz, but that's true. This is not elevator music. Wait, who said it was elevator? Did somebody call this elevator? Look, this is a pretty posh elevator if it's an elevator, okay? But yeah, like I said, normally I give you this bonus content vote. Like this poll of the possible things that we could cover. Like MAGA turns on Joe Rogan. Squid Tips versus Vosh, which I still think is a really good story, and I hope someday somebody votes for it. What do we have? An Andrew Tate transvestigation, I guess? Why are we transvestigating the top G? Like, so this is one way we could do it, right? This is the way that I've been doing it. All right. The other way that we could do this is like if the Sunday way, right? Now, the Sunday way means that we have a goal of 100%, okay? And when we hit that goal, that means we switch modes, right? So when you donate, you either tell me, I want to continue on news, or you tell me, like, skip to the drama, right? That's the Sunday way to do things. And if elevator music seems rare nowadays, yeah, most elevators don't have music. Why is it called elevator music? The old jazz rock station back in the NYC in the late 90s. But I don't know how we want to do this, right? Because there's two different ways to do it. We could either do it the way that we've been doing it, chat, or we could do it like the Sunday way, which means that if we get 100% while I'm doing news, then we skip to the drama. So there could be drama frogs that really want the drama, right? And then there could also be news frogs that are donating a counter to that, right? And if they hit 100 before the drama frogs hit 100, that means that the drama setting is reset by 50%. I don't know, chat. I feel like Sundays, like, as much as I think about it, right? Like, this is overly complicated. This takes too long to explain. It takes too long out of the show. But I don't know. I feel like switching to Sunday's method on the fly would not be a good thing. I feel like that would be messy at best. And really messy at worst. But there you go. There's your poll. Make sure to vote in it. Oh my god, that's a wild idea. Start on the topic first? So talk about the drama first, and that's your idea? See, that would be the kind of thing that if I was doing the Sunday thing, I'd be like, all right, where's your $100? Where's your $100 to make me do that? Where's that $100 super chat at? That's literally what you can do, though, on Sunday stream. I feel like he has a rule where if somebody makes a $100 super chat, they immediately get to decide the subject. And I don't even know if I want to, like, that's messy. Somebody could be like, here's $100 to talk about, I don't know, chat. Like, take your pick of the worst topic you could imagine. Like CSA allegations against some creator, right? You know, really nasty stuff. And I'd be like, okay, well, that's $100. I guess I'm talking about CSA allegations. I'm going to everybody get your puke can out, because we're going to puke today. It's going to be the puke stream. We're going to talk about all the nasty details of the worst fucking content that you could possibly imagine. So get ready to puke in your puke bud. Okay, get your sawdust out. You're going to need to clean up a mess, right? Get your deodorant, the spray, the Febreze. You don't want the puke smell in your house. Anyway, chat, I've talked about puking enough. It's making me puke. I don't want to puke. I'm not a puker. I even hate the word. I hate it. Why is it called puke? Like, you could not have come up with a worse word. I mean, it's bad enough that it is puke, right? But you came up with a word for it, puke, that makes it even grosser, right? It can't be just like vomit. Vomit's bad too, though. Is there a good word? Throw up. No, there's no good word for it, is there? Chat, I'm making myself sick. You gotta get me off this topic. This is not the topic that we're here to cover. We're not talking about people getting sick. Especially on stream from somebody donating $100 for me to cover literally the grossest. But that's what I'm saying. If I did Sunday's method, that's what we could end up with, right? Somebody could literally be like, I want you to cover the sewage system. You know, and I'd be like, all right, deep dive into the sewage system. Here we go. Look at that. That's human waste right there, folks. There it goes. It's sliding down the sewer pipeline. There it goes. There it goes, chat. That's where it all ends up. Here it goes. Oh my god. No, chat. This is getting worse and worse. Get me off of this. Oh my god. I gotta get the fuck off of this. Here, you know how we get off of this? We do news. We talk about the fucking news. Because that is what we're doing while the sunlight is out. We're talking about the news. Hopefully not putting you into snooze mode, right? But getting ready for the drama, which we're going to cover later. All right, bonus content. Bonus content. Question mark. And the question mark is there because we don't always cover bonus content. We only cover it if we get to 100% of the dono goal. We're at 0 right now. We've got a bit of a way to go. See what I mean? Like, there is actually decent music on YouTube creators. Creators Stash? What is this called? Tate gets transvestigated. Andrew Tate. No, do we have enough space? Yeah. Adrew? No, Andrew. There we go. Spell his name correctly. There, that's better. And then the last but not least, J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote? Okay. There's your polls, both on both streams, and let's. I'm mod for Zan, says Dark Canuck. Adian Ross? Aiden Ross yeeted a stream for showing. Oh no! Aiden Ross is a super meanie butt. Yo, chat, I'm like worried now. Should I take down my so Aiden Dark Canuck, when you say that Aiden Ross yeeted his stream, do you mean that Zan was streaming and all of a sudden the stream goes down? Did he get a strike? Did he get a warning or anything? Well, wait, is there a new Agent and Ross content, or is it the Trump interview? You're talking about the Trump interview, right? Luckily, that is not on the agenda for us right now. But thank you for telling me that. I love that we have crosstalk. Look, I don't want Zan to get in trouble, especially not on Aiden Ross's fucking account. We might disagree on a lot of things, but there's that solidarity that people should not abuse copyright claims, right? I'm guessing it was Thumb Media. Okay, so wait, are you changing the content? What do you mean? No, we've got multiple things to cover. I was not trying to be rude. Wait, were you rude? M Nemesis, I didn't see you be rude. Did you be rude? I don't think that was too rude. I think that's okay. Yeah, exactly. We should definitely help each other out. So if I ever, can help, can return the favor, I would be happy to do that. Okay, so wait, about 5 seconds? 5 seconds? So, yeah, I mean, like, here's my question, though. Like, I don't know how hard Aiden's gonna go on this, because he did this shit to me. right? If you're talking about the Trump interview, Aiden Ross, he didn't take my stream down, but what he did is he took all the money that I made on that stream, all the ad money, right, is Aiden Ross's money now. He took it. Thumb Media LLC. Aiden Ross is butthurt that he and the Trumpster violated election laws and got caught doing it. Well, I'm like thinking like, so did Zan get a strike or anything? Was there? It was just a takedown. It was like that temporary takedown thing, right? And he gets to go right back up as soon as he's not streaming it, right? Is that what we're talking about? I just got to make sure. I got to make sure I know what we're talking about here. Yeah, copyright, right? But did he the question I got is, did he get a strike? A, you know, right? And B, did he was he able to start the stream back up? Because that makes a huge difference. There's different things that YouTube does when it takes down your content. Sometimes they just take your money like they did to me. It sounds like they did a little bit more to Xander Hall. Yeah, he's not streaming right now, huh? He ended... Wait. Oh, when his live is gone. No, wait, he's back. He's back. Xan is back. Okay, anyway. So he's good. He's good. Okay, Xan has been made whole, or sort of whole. I think Xan's gonna be all right. He's playing Minecraft. That's how I fucking found. That's what he was doing when I was a mod for Xander Hall. Andrew Tate. Let me see if I can pronounce your Latin here, Shakespeare. Inspicitur pro sua genere suo genere. Andrew Tate investigated for his gender. Or their gender, really. Because we're kind of saying, well, thanks for getting us going there, Shakespeare. That is 2% on the board. That is 2%. Oh my gosh. This one is changed to Andrew Tate. Transvestigation. It's gonna make it seem like we're the ones that are transvestigating, right? You know, the fact that you're gumshoes, the fact that we're doing an investigation, right? People are gonna think that we are the ones initiating the transvestigation. Lot of good bonus content. True. Are you gonna be lonely today? I don't know. I have a feeling that once this gets going, it's gonna get going. So yeah, like I said, we're at 2% now, thanks to Shakespeare. If we get to 100% by the end of the content, which is going to be, yes, a little investigation into Trump and the leaks. There have been leaks. There have been hacks of Donald Trump, DJT. DJT has been compromised. The election website or the election infrastructure, whatever, you know, his campaign has been compromised. Some stuff has come out. It's very early and it's sort of hard to tell what's what. But we're getting. I'll give you what we know about it so far, what we've seen, including the picture of JD Vance. You know, like just kind of living his best life. And honestly, I feel like I wish there was a day when the conservative candidate could just have done drag and that would be fine. Unfortunately, this conservative candidate is trying to roll back the clocks to the 1950s, right? And that drag is definitely not allowed under the Project 2025 rulebook. So he's in violation of his own moral code here. That is all, right? He didn't do anything wrong by going to a party, apparently, with a questionable wig. I don't know. I shouldn't say that, chat. That's mean. That's mean. Anyway, we're not here to be mean. We're here to be nice. We got sugar and spice, and that's what NCC is made of. Yes. But yeah, we got a bit to cover here, so. All right. Now, of course, this is not in the right order. We're gonna start with Midas Touch. Right? And Midas Touch, if Midas Touch was a drag queen, would actually be called Midas Tuck. That would be Midas Touch. So you're starting to see how this works? That's the drag name of Midas Touch, is Midas Tuck. Okay? There we go. Let's get down to business and see what's going on with these Trump leaks. And as always, chat, when you donate, let me know which of these topics is touching your heart right now. Which of these topics is giving you that warm feeling? And I will put your money where your mouth is. And not only will you advance the dono goal and get us closer to that 100, that magical 100% that we have to get to actually unlock the bonus content, but you will also bring your topic into a greater likelihood of being the choice, right? You'll add whatever you donate to your topic as a percentage, and you'll help the topic of your choice win. So make sure to let me know. You can also say Vox Populi if you just want the voters to rule the day. If you think that the vote is sacred and you want to stop the steal, you can say Vox Populi. You can also say Fallout New Vegas, and you can start filling up the Fallout Brad meter again once it gets to 75. I will do another Fallout New Vegas stream. So that's how we're going. That's how it works. I think that we're ready to go. I think that we got to press certain buttons that are relevant. And I got to stop being such a...
Gambit.
That's right. Don't be a dingus. No comment check. No comment dingus. All right. That there. And I think we're ready to go. Let's make this happen. Oh, it's so good to hear that sound. It's so good to hear that sound. The ad break is in progress. Yo, I forgot to let YouTube know. JD Vance's drag name is BJ Vance? I mean... it's possible. Tyler, if I recall correctly, was laughing about Waltz's military service and went into detailing his own service as a Marine in Afghanistan in a combat unit. Yeah, there's a bit of a dust-up in between JD Vance and Tim Waltz. And actually, Jesse Ventura. God damn, I guess we'll have to cover that tomorrow, won't we? No, wait, we got the Groiper Roar tomorrow. God damn it, chat. I don't know when I'll have time to cover all this content, but there's actually a fight between, it's like wrestling. Okay, let me put it this way. It's like wrestling, all right? So we got JD Vance pulling out a foreign object from his wrestler tights, right? Which may or may not be gender appropriate. We don't know. I guess we'll find out later, right? JD Vance is pulling out the foreign object, beating Waltz over the head with it, and then all of a sudden, Jesse the Body Ventura jumps into the ring with a freaking chair, and he's just smacking JD Vance around. So it's a beautiful thing. It's a thing of beauty, chat. We must get onto that. You're doing news first. Well, we're gonna do that in a second, right? This is I think the shorter topic. Yeah, I know you got kind of burned yesterday because I had 1 hour of video to cover of Donald Trump's speech, and it took me, and I counted, 4 to 5 hours to cover 1 hour, right? We will not be doing that today. We do not have that much, to cover as far as the Trump leaks, and I'm going to try to be a little bit, like, not as long-winded. I'm going to try not to yammer. I'm going to try not to yap. I'm going to try to get through this. All right, so yeah, we should probably turn off the Xander Hall music, the vibes music, as much as I like that. See, we're vibing with Xander Hall tonight, I guess. Like, look, I want to stay on Zan's good side. I mean, considering what we've seen, right? I've got nothing but good things to say to Xander Hall. Okay, Zan good. Anyway, congratulations, weathering the nuke, Zan. All right, so what do we got here? We got a story. This is Midas Touch. This is about as libbed up as I ever get in terms of content that I'm watching. These dudes are hashtag resistance libs, but I will point out that for a bunch of libs, they've got their receipts in order. Vibes are immaculate. Receipts, just all the T's dotted, all the I's crossed. I mean, this is the opposite of Sunday's complaints about Tyler, right? In terms of them having their shit together. They're always good for that. So let's see what their receipts are. Let's see what this story is about, and we'll get into it. We will get into it. Let's get ready to rumble. Are you ready, chat? I'm ready. Let's make this happen. All right, what do you got for us, Midas Touch?
Forced to
Midas Tuck.
admit on Saturday that his campaign emails had been attacked. Donald Trump is blaming Iranian hackers.
So chat, this happened apparently a while ago, right? This has happened a while ago. And Trump, it's like he's the guy that gets bitten by the zombie, but he doesn't say anything about it. All right? And you find out later that he was bitten by the zombie when he turns into a fucking zombie. Donald Trump is not somebody that you want on your zombie survival team. It's kind of what I'm saying. Waluigi, on the other hand, total comrade.
Specific evidence of that yet. Donald Trump tried to cover up the fact that his campaign was hacked earlier this summer in July. He didn't go to the FBI. He didn't tell anybody at all. He didn't go to Microsoft. He took no action, tried to sweep it under the rug and cover it up. So why are we learning about it now? Because one of the hackers, who was going by the alias Robert, was sending internal Trump documents to...
What if it's not an alias? What if this is like the worst hacker ever and they were just like, no, that's my real name. My name is Robert.
Politico. And
it's his first time hacking, chat. What are you going to do?
Politico ran a story over the...
Look, nobody told him that he had to have a elite hacker name, okay? Nobody told him that he has to, wait, what is it? Crash Overdrive or something? What is that thing from the... Is it from Hackers? Crash... Is it Crash Overdrive?
Weekend, here's the exclusive. We received internal Trump documents from Robert. The campaign just confirmed it was hacked. The campaign suggested Iran was to blame. Politico has not independently verified the identity of the hacker or their motivation. And I think it's very important to mention that Donald Trump was not forced.
Do you get that?
His campaign did not go to the FBI or go through the steps that it should have, because they were attempting to cover it up. By the way, this is not the first time that Donald Trump had been.
Okay, so do you get that? So, like, there's been a hack. It happened a while ago. The Trump administration were trying to cover it up. They didn't go to the FBI. They didn't go to... I don't think they even went to, like, Microsoft at first, right? They just wanted to keep this very hush-hush. And they say, right, so that now they've come out with a claim saying we've been hacked by Iran. All right? But all we got is a dude named Robert. We don't have any way to confirm that. Of course, there would be reasons for Trump to want to say that an enemy of the United States, the evil Iran, had done this hack on him. But there's no proof. There's no proof as of yet. So
hacked. You'll recall back in 2020, a hacker hacked Donald Trump's Twitter account by guessing Trump's password was MAGA 2020. And that same
his fucking password was MAGA 2020. Yeah, Iran, if you're listening, exactly. It's Melania. It's Melania. What's her name again? Melania? Is it Milan? It's Melania. Why? I get all of her. I got all of his family's names mixed up.
Dutch hacker had previously guessed a few years before that Donald Trump's password was "you're fired," and that's how that happened.
Wait, so we got wait, it was MAGA 2020, all right, and then "you're fired" previously to the. Oh my God, really? MAGA 2020 exclamation! Oh, he put the exclamation. They'll never guess the exclamation point, folks.
And that same Dutch hacker,
the Dutch. You got to watch out for the Dutch. They're very smart. They're very smart people, very fierce people, folks. They hacked my password. It was MAGA 2020. How did they guess? How did they fucking guess?
Previously guessed a few years before that Donald Trump's password was "you're fired," and that's how that hacker was able to get into Trump's Twitter.
Melania?
Look at this Politico story right now, and then
wait, Shakespeare, is that correct? If that's true, then you're like the only one I've ever heard pronounce it correctly, or you're not even pronouncing it, but you're telling me how to pronounce it, and I tend to think you know what you're talking about.
Compare and contrast to when Donald Trump called or made the call to Russia publicly, saying, Russia, if you're listening, hack into Hillary Clinton's emails. Let's just take a look how that was treated. But first, here's the exclusive from
He
Politico.
is so narcissistic. Yeah.
Again, the headline was, we received internal Trump documents from Robert. The campaign just confirmed it was hacked. It says, former President Donald Trump's campaign said
There's something so perfect about the hacker's name was Robert. It's like, he just seems like the Mr. Rogers of hacking. He's like, hello, neighbor. I just hacked your campaign site, neighbor. I think you'd like to know this. We took, your secret information. We got your files on JD Vance, all of the vetting files.
Saturday that some of its internal communications had been hacked. The acknowledgement came after Politico began receiving emails from an anonymous account with documents from inside Trump's operation. That's why I started this video by saying Donald Trump tried to cover it up. I don't want to bury the lead there, because normally what you would do in this situation is you'd go to the FBI or you'd go to Microsoft or Google or whatever server that you're using, and you would try to get help, and you would flag this issue so as to avoid others being hacked. But that's not what they did. It kind of reminds me of when Donald Trump basically said, like a miracle, COVID's going to go away. He downplays things. He never deals with anything the right way. I just don't want to lose sight of that in this story. The Politico article goes on to say, the campaign blamed foreign sources hostile to the United States, citing a Microsoft report on Friday that Iranian hackers, quote, sent a spear phishing email in June to a high-ranking official on a
Yeah, when the hacker is not a communist furry.
presidential campaign. Microsoft did not identify the campaign targeted by the email and declined to comment Saturday.
So we have had independent information. Microsoft has not identified the, right. So we got an independent, report from Microsoft, right? Kind of confirming this. Wait a minute. Do we? Wait. I just want to make sure what we're citing a Microsoft report on Friday that Iranian hackers. Also, here's my question, right? Considering that any hacker worth their salt is going to be behind like 800 VPNs, how do they know it's Iran?
Politico has not independently verified the identity of the hacker or their motivation, and a Trump campaign spokesperson, Stephen Chung, declined to say if they had further information.
So this is independently or possibly separately. We have a Microsoft report about an Iranian hacker sending a spear phishing email to high-ranking officials on a presidential campaign, not saying which one. And then apart from that, we got Trump saying, help, we've been hacked. We've been hacked. We've been pwned. They got pwned.
Substantiating the campaign's suggestion that it was targeted by Iran. Quote, these documents were obtained illegally from foreign sources hostile to the United States, intended to interfere with the 2024 election and sow chaos throughout our democratic process, Chung said. On Friday, a new report from Microsoft found that Iranian hackers broke into the account of a high-ranking official on the U.S. presidential campaign in June 2024, which coincides with the close timing of Trump's selection of a vice presidential nominee. Chung declined to say whether the campaign had been in contact with Microsoft or law enforcement about the breach.
Wait, Shakespeare says Trump thinks that the hacker logged in via Facebook. Wait, is that true? That actually sounds like something that Trump would.
Saying it would not.
I can't tell if you're being. It's a parody.
Discuss such conversations. On July 22nd, Politico began receiving emails from an anonymous account over the
Don't get me started about the Dutch. I know, right?
course of the past few weeks. The person who used an AOL email account and identified themselves only as Robert relayed what appeared to be internal communications from a senior Trump campaign official. A research dossier the campaign had apparently done on Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator JD Vance.
Excuse me, chat. Did we dossier? Are we talking about a dossier? Are we dealing with a dossier? Are you telling me that Trump's got folders? Why would he have folders? Doesn't that imply that he's up to no good? I remember there was some streamer who was accused of having folders, and it was this huge controversy, and people were supposed to think she was really bad news and not work with her. Remember that? So she had folders, and they had names of streamers. So ostensibly there's all kinds of who knows what in there. She's collecting folders, chat. She's a bad lady. She does mean things.
Which was dated February 23rd, was included in the documents. The documents are authentic according to two people familiar with them and granted anonymity to describe the internal communication.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right, Aziz Sanchez. The only folders that anybody cares about are Vosh's tax folders, right? We don't remember the streamer from a few years ago and her folders. That no longer matters. We're more concerned with the contents of Vosh's folders.
One of the people described the dossier as a preliminary version of Vance's vetting file. So with that being said, I just want to take a look. I mean, you heard what Stephen Chung said. This is an effort to interfere with the 2024 election. That's what Donald Trump's spokesperson said. By the way, this is the same spokesperson of Donald Trump who continued to just post Kamabla over and over again and did a weird Venn diagram, even though this is not.
Did she say Kamabla? I thought she said Kamambla or something. I thought he was trying to make it like a Nambla joke. I thought he was trying to somehow.
How Venn diagrams work, going Kamabla, and then just repeating Kamabla over and over again. This is the same spokesperson who told JD Vance to go up
JD Vance
to smell.
JD fucking Vance. Wait, what? What? Who is?
And then just repeating Kamabla over and over again. This is the same spokesperson who told JD Vance to go on.
Did he say Shady Vance? I swear to God, he said Shady Vance. I thought he... Did he say... I think he said Shady Vance. But to smell Kamala's airplane? So that you could say that she's... Oh my God, you know what they're doing? They got into JD Vance and Donald Trump's head. Okay, especially JD Vance. They really got into their heads now, right? They are you know what they've been up to in the last few days, right? I've heard stories of a campaign to say that Tim Walz guzzles horse cum, gargles every morning with horse cum. Because they were like, is that what we're doing? Is this what we're doing? Right? They said that I fucked the couch. Maybe Tim Waltz, he likes to enjoy a little horse penis, right? A little excretion from the tip of the horse's. Oh my God, chat! Like this is what they're doing now. This is what they're doing, and then like now we've got like go on our plane, and then you can go in there and you can be like, you know what? It smelled really bad. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that smell was, but it smells awful. Kamala, she smells terrible. Is that really where they're going? They're trying to do they're trying to force a meme, right? Because that's what that was. The thing about the couch was a meme. All right. Somebody said page 179 to 181 of Hillbilly Elegy contained a detailed description, and that's part of how it works, right? There's 3 pages of JD going to town on a couch, right? And it's just somehow believable. And that happened, and that worked, right? That is not a forced meme. That is a meme. That is an organic meme in the wild, naturally occurring meme, as opposed to the forced meme of maybe Tim Waltz guzzles horse, who knows what, right? Or maybe Kamala's plane smells badly.
Board Air Force Two.
He ate and Ross Kamala's plane
to smell Vice President Kamala Harris's plane to see if it smells. So, that's who Stephen Chung is, and he makes deranged comments every single day.
That's Chung.
But I want to share with you back in 2016, remember what Donald Trump said. He said, Russia, if you are listening, find those emails. Here's what Donald Trump said back then. Play this clip.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
And not only did Russia find the emails, not only were they published publicly and they were filtered through WikiLeaks, but just take a look at how Politico handled that. So here, Politico is not publishing these emails. They didn't publish the dossier as of yet. But remember, back in 2016, Politico was live tweeting all of this stuff, or live posting the Podesta emails, Politico's coverage of the latest WikiLeaks dump of emails from Clinton campaign chair John Podesta. And so literally every day leading up to the election, there was a Politico live blog dedicated to publishing the hacked emails that Donald Trump requested Russia hack. And Politico and all of the corporate media continued to publish those every single day, like literally up until the day of the election, every single day, post after post, with headlines like this. Clinton's team apparently inflated fundraising numbers after Benghazi hearing. Here are the anti-Clinton attacks her own team feared. DOJ official gave Clinton camp heads up about email filing. Donna Brazile leaked questions to Clinton before CNN debate with Sanders. So that's how Politico handled it back in 2016 when Donald Trump said, Russia, are you listening? And the way Donald Trump handled it as well is that was a major part of Donald Trump defeating Hillary Clinton when the corporate media published those emails every single day and started pushing those narratives against her. Donald Trump then invited to the White House on May 10th, 2017, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister at the time, and the ambassador to the U.S., Sergei Kislyak. Those individuals were the top-ranking foreign affairs people for Vladimir Putin at that time. And then Donald Trump gave them classified information. You go, whoa, what? Don't bury the lead there, Ben.
Wait, Kamala Toe? Oh no. I just got debated, chat. I just got debated. I just got debated like it was the top of the hour ad break, chat. That was not even the top of the hour. It's Crash Override. Crash Override from hackers from the 90s. I just got debated. And it's not even the top of the hour. The top of the hour on Twitch where you get that 3-minute ad break that's unskippable unless you've got a sub, right? Which you can get for $6 or for free or by being gifted one, but that only happens if you're active in the chat.
He gave him classified information. Yeah, it's admitted that Donald Trump gave the Russians classified information in May of 2017, and then Donald.
Oh no! Are they trying to go with the food thing, Moyanope? Are they trying to do with the she eats? God, how did I know it was going to be resolved to race? Every chord that the Republicans play resolves to a minor. Resolves to racism. I'm sorry.
Trump posted about.
We're not talking about Drake. Wait, maybe Drake should have been Trump's VP. That would have been kind of.
There's so much that's happened with Trump, but yeah, remember May 16th, 2017, Donald Trump posted. As president, I wanted to share with Russia at an openly scheduled White House meeting, which I have the absolute right to do, facts pertaining to terrorism and airline flight safety, humanitarian reasons. Plus, I want Russia to greatly step up their fight against ISIS and terrorism. And by the way, you'll recall that Donald Trump met with Kislyak and Lavrov without anyone else present, no U.S. interpreter present, just a Russian interpreter. Trump, Lavrov, and Kislyak, and that's just them who met privately. That's very unprecedented that you wouldn't have anybody with Donald Trump like that. What do you think they were talking about then? Then you had Donald Trump in Helsinki. So after Putin and Russia hacked the emails and interfered with the 2016 election, this is what went down in Helsinki.
Okay, so this is Midas Touch, and like I said, they're pretty libbed up. And they are bringing up the fact that that Trump very much celebrated and cheered for and asked for, Russian interference when he heard about like Russian hackers. He was like asking them to go after Hillary's emails, etc. Right? And that now when it's his campaign getting hacked, he's like a birthday boy, right? That's true, but also Politico had like deep coverage of the hacked materials from the Clinton campaign. Politico was going hard on that shit, and let's just take a look. Let's read the Politico article while we're here. All right. So here we go. We received internal Trump documents from Robert. The campaign confirmed it was hacked. Former President Donald Trump's campaign said Saturday that some of its internal communication had been hacked. The acknowledgement came after Politico began receiving emails from an anonymous account with the documents from inside Trump's operation. The campaign blamed foreign sources hostile to the United States, citing a Microsoft report on Friday that Iranian hackers sent a spear phishing email in June to high-ranking officials on a presidential campaign. Microsoft did not identify the campaign targeted by the email and declined to comment Saturday. Politico has not independently verified and identified the identity of the hacker or their motivation. And a Donald Trump spokesperson, Steve Chung, that's the guy that said smell Kamala's plane, declined to say if they had further information substantiating the campaign's suggestion that the target was Iran. So again, we don't have any proof of this. This is what Trump campaign and no one else is saying. These documents were obtained illegally from foreign sources hostile to the United States. So yeah, they're being the birthday boy here. What? I'm a birthday boy. Don't hit me, right? They're fucking with people, and then when people fuck back, right, they're like, don't take my you can't publish the documents. Those documents were hacked. That's illegal. That's illegal. Oh my God. Trump bitching about anything being illegal. It's kind of wild, right? Intended to interfere with the 2024 election and sow chaos through the democratic process, Chung said. On Friday, a new report from Microsoft found that Iranian hackers broke into an account of a high-ranking official on the U.S. presidential campaign in June 2024, which coincided with the close timing of President Trump's selection of the vice presidential nominee. Chung declined to say whether the campaign had been in contact with Microsoft or law enforcement about the breach, saying that it would not discuss such conversations. On July 22nd, Politico began receiving emails from an anonymous account. Over the course of the past few weeks, the person who used an AOL, this is like my parents' chat. That's like my parents' email. Like, right? How does anybody still, I don't even know if they still have, I'm sure they've moved on. Right? But like, that's an AOL email. I didn't realize AOL was still around. Account and identified themselves only as Robert. So yeah, boomer hacker named Robert, probably his real name. Again, it's his first hack, Chad. It's his first hack. You gotta forgive him. All right. This is literally his first rodeo. Okay. Relayed what appeared to be an internal communication from senior Trump campaign officials. The research dossier said a research dossier the campaign had apparently done on Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator JD Vance, JD Shady Vance, right? Which was dated February 23rd, included in the documents. The documents were authentic, according to two people familiar with them, and granted anonymity to describe internal communications. One of the people described the dossier as a preliminary version of JD Vance's vetting file, right? The research dossier was 271 pages, okay? So chat, there's 271 pages out there. One Great Earth, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome raiders, welcome streamer. How you doing? What's up, Adrian? Good to see you. So yeah, this is like potential. There's 271 pages out there. All right. And I want to know what's in them. But Politico, for once, has all of a sudden turned ethical or ethical. I don't even know, right? But like this is like in contradiction to the way they handle the Clinton hacks, right? This is like the opposite of how they handled the Clinton hacks. Publicly available information about Vance's past record and statements with some, such as his past criticisms of Trump, identified in the document as potential vulnerabilities. You think so? The person also sent a research document about Florida Senator Marco Rubio. What did he call him? Like little Marco? Marco the boy or something like that? I don't remember. I think he was commenting on Marco's like baby face or something, who was also a finalist for the vice presidential nomination. Yeah, two people that have said some bad stuff about Trump, right? The person said they had a variety of documents from Trump's legal and court documents on to internal campaign discussions. Asked how they obtained the documents, the person responded, this is Robert, I'm guessing, I suggest you don't be curious about where I got them. Any answer to this question will compromise me, and also, you said your name was Robert, and that's where we start with in the investigation. Also, legally restricts you from publishing them. The scope of the information obtained by the hacker is unclear, but it represents a major security breach for Trump's campaign, probably because their password was something like Trump 2024. Last month, reports emerged that of U.S. intelligence community receiving increasing evidence suggesting Iran is working on a plot to unalive Trump in retaliation for his decision to order the assassination of Iranian military officer Qasem Soleimani in 2020. There is no indication that the shooter who targeted Trump at the rally last month was connected to the plot. In his statement Saturday, Chung pointed to the report, saying, the Iranians know that President Trump will stop their reign of terror. Oh my God, fucking Chung. This guy is too much. This is the guy that said, go into Kamala's plane and smell it, so you can say that her plane, smells like whatever. The Iranians know that President Trump will stop their reign of terror, just like he did in the first 4 years in the White House. Iranian government officials could not immediately be reached for comment. In 2016, the top Democratic Party officials were hacked ahead of the presidential election. The breach resulted in the leak of embarrassing emails documenting the inner workings of the party and former Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. They love the Clinton leaks, right? This is Politico. They were all over that shit, and they are acting like, oh no, we can't publish these are unethically obtained documents. We would never publish those, right? And it was a completely different story 8 years ago. National security, and I'll tell you why in a second. I'll speculate on why Politico is acting like this. National security officials later blamed Russia for the orchestrating of the hacking effort. Many of those emails were later disseminated to WikiLeaks, a website that publishes leaked documents, and were published in the run-up to Election Day with an eye towards embarrassing Clinton's political operation. In 2017, the Justice Department launched an investigation into Russian interference in the election and what role Trump associates played in the hacking effort. Special counsel Robert Mueller ultimately concluded that he lacked sufficient evidence to seek criminal charges against Trump or his campaign for allegedly conspiring with the Russians. I remember that as being that you can't criminally charge the president, right? That's what happened with the Mueller investigation. It was referred to the Congress and ultimately, voted down, right? The president is subject to impeachment. Should the House first vote to pass articles of impeachment and the Senate then ratify those articles by, I think, like a supermajority, right? That's how a president can be potentially prosecuted or removed for office. Saving that, there's no remedy. There is no remedy for a criminal president. So yeah, I don't know. It feels like Politico is very much giving the same narrative that you would hear for Trump of there's no collusion. There was no collusion, folks. It was Russia, Russia, Russia. The Russia hoax. It's a rigged witch hunt, right? However, he described a Trump campaign that encouraged the hack and was eager to capitalize on the materials. And he described significant efforts by Trump and some allies that hampered investigations' ability to obtain key communications and testimony that might have shed more light on it. There we go. That's the Politico article. That is all that Politico gave us. They received 271 pages on JD Vance, maybe more on Marco Rubio, right? And unlike 2016, when they were super eager to talk about all of the Hillary, all the hacked materials on Hillary, they're pretty mum about this. So anyway, let's get back to the video.
Just to remind you, play the clip.
My first question for you, sir, is who do you believe? My second question is, would you now, with the whole world watching, tell President Putin, would you denounce what happened in 2016, and would you warn him to never do it again?
So let me just say that we have two thoughts. You have groups that are wondering why the FBI never took the server. Haven't they taken the server? Why was the FBI told to leave the office of the Democratic National Committee? I've been wondering that. I've been asking that for months. And
So he's like, no, I'm super glad that Cozy Bear hacked the Hillary campaign, right? When the shoe's on the other foot, you get a completely different reaction, right? These people, the Trump campaign, they are birthday boys. They are cry bullies, right? They are victims right now. We got hacked. Oh my God, how dare you publish the hacked materials? Oh my gosh, that was illegally obtained, right? And then here it's like Trump begging Putin, begging, Russia's hacking infrastructure. I don't know what else to call them, right? To go after the Hillary emails, and a completely different story when it comes to their campaign materials.
months, and I've been tweeting it out and calling it out on social media. Where is
Yo, Margaret Thatcher in chat, welcome.
the server? I want to know, where is the server? And
We don't get that many big name neolibs in here, right? Sometimes we get Jordan Peterson, some IDW people, very few neoliberals in chat. We've never had Obama, we've never had Hillary, we've never had Reagan, the great Ronald Reagan.
is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question.
Wait, is Stream Elements doing stuff? Is it? Stream Elements is doing stuff. What is it doing, though? I mean, it's doing good stuff, right?
People came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin.
I have President Putin? No, he has you.
Said it's not Russia. I will
Oh my God! Okay, well, investigation over. I asked Putin, he said it's not them.
say this. I don't see any reason why it would be, but I really do want to see the server. But I have confidence in both parties. I really believe that this will probably go on for a while.
Wait, who got timed out?
It can go on without finding out what happened to the server. What happened to the servers of the Pakistani gentlemen that worked on the DNC? Where are those servers? They're missing. Where are they? What happened to Hillary Clinton's emails? 33,000 emails gone, just gone. I think in Russia they wouldn't be gone so easily. I think it's a disgrace that we can't get Hillary Clinton's 33,000 emails. So I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer.
I forgot about this. He's extremely strong and powerful in his denial. Yo. Was he extremely strong and powerfully thrusting down your throat?
He offered to have the people working on the case come and work with their investigators with respect to the
Yeah, that's what we need. We need the Russian FSB to come over and conduct the investigation on themselves. That would be great. That would be wonderful.
12 people. I think that's an incredible offer. Okay, thank you.
And
That's an incredible offer. It's a once in a lifetime deal.
His prologue. What has Donald Trump been doing frequently for the past 3-4 years? Well, Donald Trump makes these selfie videos of himself. And in these videos, he talks about disbanding NATO, pulling the U.S. out of NATO, and that he says Russia isn't a threat and the bigger threat to the U.S. are Americans than the Russians, and that he wants to remove America from NATO. Just so you can see, I mean, here's the video of Donald Trump saying that.
At home, the State Department, the defense bureaucracy, the intelligence services, and all of the rest need to be completely overhauled and reconstituted to fire the deep staters and put America first. We have to put America first. Finally, we have to finish the process we began under my administration of fundamentally reevaluating NATO's purpose and NATO's mission. Our foreign policy establishment keeps trying to pull the world into conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia based on the lie that Russia represents our greatest threat. But the greatest threat to Western civilization today is not Russia. It's probably, more than anything else, ourselves and some of the horrible USA-hating people that represent us.
I think it's also important to remember.
So you get what he's saying? He's saying that the biggest threat is actually internal opposition. The biggest threat, let me just put it this way, is Trump derangement syndrome. In other words, anyone who is in any way critical of him, that is what we have to address in a unified military sort of way, right? This is the guy that said to shoot protesters in the freaking leg.
That, Donald Trump's efforts to cover up the Russian hack in 2016. Donald Trump offered Julian Assange a pardon if he denied Russia's link to the hack. And this is an article from The Guardian.
Look, and he should have just been pardoned. Like, he never should have been subject to this in the first place, right? But the fact that Trump is offering him, and this is really similar to that Ukrainian phone call, right? Where he tries to make the arms to Ukraine contingent on their cooperation and digging up dirt on the Bidens.
Donald Trump offered Julian Assange a pardon if he would say Russia was not involved in leaking Democratic Party emails, a court in London has been told. The extraordinary claim was made at Westminster Magistrates Court.
How fucking wild is that? Like, this is the guy that, like, Trumpies will tell you that that Trump is all about free speech, right? That Trump is an ally to those who want to whistleblowers, those who want to tell the truth about the secret government proceedings, right? And here he is, like, saying, "Yeah, I will grant you a pardon if you do what I say." This is Trump. This is how he's conducted his whole life, right? He acts like a mafia boss.
Before the opening next week of Assange's legal battle to block attempts to extradite him to the U.S., where he faces charges for publishing hacked documents. That was back in February 19th of 2020. Look, I think it's important we take this hack very seriously.
Yeah, that's right. This is Trump's full-throated approval of,
no matter what,
of dictators everywhere.
No matter who the source of the hack is, and whether it is Iranian or whatever, as Chris Krebs, who ran cybersecurity for the United States, but was then fired by Donald Trump for doing his job in 2020, he says,
why does that sound like a fake name? Chris Krebs, right? That sounds like what do you call that? Like a pseudo, like a name that somebody goes by that's not, what do you call that, chat?
buckle up, confirmed hack and leak of Trump campaign sensitive documents.
Alias. It sounds like an alias.
Initial response by campaign suggests foreign sources, coinciding with Microsoft's alert from this past week and the ODNI Gov alert of the week before. Someone is running the 2016 playbook. Expect continued efforts to stoke fires in society and go after election systems. 95% of votes on paper ballots is a strong resilience measure combined with audits, but chaos is the point. And, I think the other point that I just want to share with you, though, is this is how corporate media covered things when the hack took place with Hillary Clinton in 2016. I think that's just important to point out. And how did Donald Trump handle it? What was Donald Trump doing? How did he reward the Russians? How was he trying to cover it up? And once again, Donald Trump was not forthcoming about this. This came out because Politico, after getting all of these documents, went and requested comment from Trump. But Trump didn't transparently say that there was a hack. That's just what he always does. That's par for the course with him. And it's a big problem that's worth flagging as well. Well, tell me what you think in the comments. We're almost at 3 million subscribers. Can you imagine? 3 million. I think we can hit it this month. We're getting like 15 to 20,000 new subscribers every day. So share this network with friends, family, coworkers, colleagues, neighbors, whoever you know. Let's help grow it together.
All right, well, that's Midas Touch. You feeling pretty libbed up, chat? Are we all libbed up now from watching some Midas Touch? We're going to move on to some more libs. Libs you may know. Libs you know and love. This is Adam Mockler, right? Which one should we start with? This one, how about?
The number one threat facing our country today is...
Oh crap, that's, maybe we want, do we don't want to...
Breaking news, we just
There we go.
received a report from Politico that claims that the Trump campaign has been hacked by
Yeah, chat, this is friend of the VOD, Adam Mockler.
Iranian officials, and they may have obtained sensitive information, but I want to stress, these reports are coming from Politico and the Trump campaign itself. We don't know the validity of the claims, we don't know if they're 100% true, but I want to report on all of the context and lay the groundwork responsibly. So, first of all, this tweet reads, the Trump campaign was hacked. Apparently, some hackers in Iran have taken credit for it. Along with the emails were links to training videos for the Project 2025, which have now been hosted on YouTube, and they seem like private videos that say Project 2025 private training video, navigating policy making, Project 2025 private training video, left-wing code words and language, and we have gotten sneak peeks of these training videos before, and they've had people like Stephen Miller, like Caroline Leavitt, all of these people that work on Trump's campaign, and it seems like we just got...
So again, chat, just a reminder, all right, Trump does not have anything to do with Project 2025. He's never heard of Project 2025 before. He doesn't know about this. This is new stuff to him, and like they say some things that he disagrees with. Chat, he's got nothing. It just happens to be that all of the people writing this Project 2025 stuff just happen to be Trump officials, right? They happen to be connected with him, but he knows nothing about this. They just did this on their own, apparently.
I want to stress that somebody named Mark Jacob said there's no reason to believe the Trump campaign when it says its internal communications were hacked by foreign sources. Team Trump lies every day. You have to wonder whether a damaging leak has occurred and they want to discredit an upcoming news story. Now that is a valid theory. I don't want to undermine it. It is true that Team Trump lies every day. They lie multiple times every day. But I still want to report this Politico article as is because they do see...
Has Mockler gone on Pierce yet?
To corroborate some of their claims that they've gotten emails from a foreign source. This one reads, not many people know this, but Politico was sold to an Uber, right-wing billionaire who was...
Wait. So, I'm sorry. When we say capital U, Uber, right-wing billionaire, right? So Uber is just the German word for over, and you know, it could just mean, like, sometimes people say, that's an uber right-wing organization there, meaning that's a very right-wing, extremely right-wing, far right-wing. I feel like when we capitalize it, we were talking about a billionaire who was involved in the ride share, if you want to call it that, you know, unregulated taxi service Uber, who was previously asked, previously asked his executives to pray for Trump to win. Oh, as you do when you're an Uber executive. They definitely picked a friendly publication to send their hacked information to. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Wait, so what is the implication by this Care Bear here? Are they saying that they think that the hacker's in on it? Is Trump doing gay ops to himself? What's going on?
Previously asked his executives to pray for a Trump win. The hackers definitely picked a friendly publication to send their hacked information to. Which...
No, that's right, chat. We're not liberals or Democrats, but they're the ones that have got this information. They're the ones that have got the receipts today. So we're checking in to see what is going on. Politico's not telling us much. We ran through this you know, their article, and it really isn't, they're telling us very much. So we got to go to the libs. We got to go to our Adam Mockler. Adam Mockler is in our Midas Touches. Oh, yeah, it looks like Adam Mockler is actually part of, actually got the little Midas Touch logo down here.
is another good point. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Is the Trump campaign lying about this? Are they faking it? I think officials might have tried to breach the Trump campaign, and now the Trump campaign is completely trying to play victim. And
I love that picture of Trump, by the way. Like, not only is he doing his little Trump dance, his little ding, 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 but he's doing like this. He's doing duck face, right? That's my favorite Trump right there. Duck face Trump. I love it. I love it.
Capitalize on it. That seems to be the most likely case. Former President Donald Trump's campaign said Saturday that some of its internal communications had been hacked. The acknowledgement came after Politico began receiving emails from an anonymous account with documents from inside Trump's operation. The campaign blamed, quote, foreign sources hostile to the United States, citing a Microsoft report on Friday that Iranian hackers sent a spear phishing email in June to a high-ranking official on a presidential campaign. Jesus, so Donald Trump's campaign staffers, somebody high up at his campaign, actually put their information, their username and password, into a phishing email, a fake email, and people with this much power should not be this stupid. Microsoft did not identify the campaign targeted by the email and declined to comment on Saturday, but Microsoft did 100% confirm that a campaign has been...
Wait, I'm sorry. When Sleepy Joe does what? Jamal Harris? When Sleepy Joe... Like, no, I gotta unban you. I gotta find out what Jamal Harris had to say. Hopefully you're still here, Jamal. What? What are you yapping about? When Sleepy Joe does what? Nobody bats an eye. I'm curious. All of a sudden, the election was hacked? You don't know what we're talking about. Oh my god. They got my secret weapon in here. Okay, sorry. Like, I do, because motherfuckers will be on Trump's dick about what? Wait, sorry. Okay, on his dick in a bad way. Okay, I'm sorry. When you say on Trump's dick, I imagine like the way that MAGA is on Trump's dick, right? But you're talking about like kind of the reverse of that, right? There are, that's called on his nuts, Jamal. You need to get your male anatomy, you know, straight, right? That's on the nuts when it's in a bad way. It's on the dick when it's in a good way, all right? You got that? But I'm just trying to understand what you think is happening. We're not talking about hacking elections. We're talking about the Trump campaign having been hacked and some dossiers being compromised. These are dossiers of their vice presidential contenders, including JD Vance, the eventual vice presidential choice, and little Marco. You remember little Marco? Marco Rubio. These are dossiers that the campaign compiles of Oppo research, negative research, vetting, if you will, on their possible vice presidential choices so that they can A, decide which vice president that they want to pick, and B, once they pick one, they know what kind of attacks to expect. So if it's JD Vance, well, you know that there's pictures of JD Vance in drag, right? That is, you know, it's publicly available, and the Trump campaign found on their own, put in a dossier, and this dossier is what's been hacked, right? So we're not talking about hacking elections. We're not talking about Russia, or any of that stuff, right? We are strictly talking about a compromise of the Trump campaign, which has resulted in the release of 271 pages. Now, we don't have those 271 pages yet, but we do have pieces of information that we think might be part of that hack. Politico has written a story about this, but they're not exactly forthcoming. This is the Politico story, right? They are a conservative publication owned by a former Uber executive. And so we're just getting into this. We're just now cracking open the hack to see what's inside. See what's in the rabbit hole. Are you with us?
Hacked, and it doesn't seem like it's the Harris campaign, so it does seem like the Trump campaign may have been hacked. And again, they're trying to capitalize on it.
Greened out. I am not deleting comments that I disagree with. No.
Of course. Politico has not independently verified the identity of the hacker or their motivation, but Politico has received emails from the hacker. And a Trump campaign spokesperson, Stephen Chung, declined to say if they had first...
Ted Johnson says, what info was hacked or leaked? We don't know yet. We're getting into it, right? We're just on the outside of our investigation here, so we're gonna be. It's like an iceberg, right? We're gonna go deeper down the rabbit hole as this goes on, right? We're just finding out about the circumstances of the hack itself at this point.
Further information substantiating the campaign's suggestion that it was targeted by Iran. Quote, these documents...
Jacob Fisher, what are you fucking talking about? Look, you're getting a sneak peek of what might be tomorrow's news, okay? Got it?
Documents were obtained illegally from foreign sources hostile to the United States, intended to interfere with the 2024 election and sow chaos through our democratic process, Jung said. I want to reiterate, we don't know if it was Iran for sure. The only source that has reported that it's Iran that hacked them was the Trump campaign. So if the Trump campaign was hacked, we don't...
No, greened out. Like, for the record, you're only getting deleted. You're only getting banned if you come in here hot, right? So if you come in here for a conversation, for a nice little conversation, if you're adding something to the chat, if you want to discuss things, right? You're not being hidden. If you come in here with a fucking, some kind of weird ass agenda or saying weird shit, then yeah, there's a lot of worthless chatters on Shorts. So like the mods have very little patience for you. I unbanned you. I'm giving you a second chance, okay? Don't make me regret that.
Don't know if it was Iran for sure. Chung declined to say whether the comment had been in contact with Microsoft or law enforcement about the breach, saying it would not discuss those conversations. On July 22nd, Politico began receiving emails from an anonymous account over the course of the past few weeks. The person, who used an AOL email account and identified themselves only as Robert, relayed what appeared to be internal communications from a senior Trump campaign official. The campaign had apparently done on Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator JD Vance, which was dated February 23rd, that is a while back, was included in the document, so this seems legit. The documents are authentic, according to two people familiar with them and granted anonymity to describe internal communications. One of the people described the dossier as a preliminary version of Vance's vetting file. The research dossier was a 271-page document based on publicly available information about Vance's past record and statements, with some, such as his past criticisms of Trump, identified in the document as potential vulnerabilities. To say...
Okay, so right now we're just reading, this is Adam Mockler rereading. We've kind of been through this, though. We don't need Adam Mockler to help us read the Politico article. He is adding in his little bits here. Anyway, chat, I feel like this is some low-tier stuff. Let's take a look at what else he's got.
The number one threat facing our country today is...
Okay, so you heard that was Adam Mockler reading off this. This is the Politico article. I've already read it. If you want to go back in the VOD, if you want to roll it back and see what see what's in here, you're welcome to. We're gonna move on now and see actually some of what's in the dossier, right? So this is Project 2025 stuff. These are apparently training videos. And, these are the videos that are, this is published by ProPublica. I should probably show you this, right? Here we go. Or ProPublica? Some people say it ProPublica. You say ProPublica, I say ProPublica. Right? They're a bunch of weird videos. They're training videos for Project 2025. Let me read you what this is. Project 2025, the controversial playbook and policy agenda for a right-wing presidential administration, has lost its director. So yeah, the director left, right? After, this is their plan, right? This was their agenda. This was their plan for a second Trump administration. Unfortunately, they got out ahead of themselves and they said some of this stuff out loud, right? They let their secret plans go public and people don't like what they see in there. They're talking about like banning porn. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. There's all kinds of weird policy agenda stuff in here, right? So the director of Project 2025 has stepped down out of embarrassment, right? Trump has disavowed this organization, and but still, like, it's staffed by Trump officials. So the connection to Project 2025 between Trump and that is pretty clear. And if it wasn't clear enough already, right, that was the subject of another hack. That was the subject of another hack, right? That got the names of the people responsible for creating this document, right? This, like, I think it's like a 900-page document detailing the plans for a second Trump administration, right? faced scathing criticism from both Democratic groups and President Donald Trump. I wouldn't say that's a scathing criticism that it's faced as much as Trump trying to distance himself and disavow association with that, even though, like I said, we've got the names of the people responsible for this. And guess what? It's mostly Trump officials, right? But Project 2025's plan to train an army of public appointees who could battle against the so-called deep state government bureaucracy. And when we're talking about you want to know what the deep state is? Go to the mailbox when your mail comes, all right? And you're going to see a person bring you your mail. That's the deep state. That's a civil servant, right? That's somebody that works for the government. And when a new president comes into office, they don't get fired. They keep working, right? That's what we're actually talking about, right? When we talk about deep state officials, that's an example of it, right? It's a public servant. It's a public servant, right? And some of these public servants, I guess, sort of got in the way of Trump's plans in his first administration. So a big part of what Project 2025 is about is pushing them out of the way and even, firing them, replacing them with Trump sycophants. And I'm not talking about your mail delivery person, right? But, other people that are civil servants in the government, right? That's the deep state. On behalf of a future Trump administration remains on track, one centerpiece of the program is dozens of never-before published videos created for Project 2025's Presidential Administration Academy. So they are training people with these videos. The vast majority of these videos, 23 in total, totaling more than 14 hours of content. God damn, chat, we got some content. We got some content here, right? Were provided to ProPublica and documented by a person who had access to them. The Project 2025 videos coach future appointees on everything from the nuts and bolts of governing to how to outwit bureaucrats, right? How to outwit public servants. There are strategies for avoiding embarrassing Freedom of Information Act disclosures and ensuring that conservative policies aren't struck down by quote-unquote left-wing judges. Some of the content is routine advice that any incoming political appointee might be told. Other segments of the training offer guidance on radically changing how the federal government works and what it does. In one video, Bethany Kozma, a conservative activist and former deputy chief of staff, let's see if we can find Betty. Is this Betty? It's not telling us. One of these people are Betty is Betty. Anyway. I'm sorry, Bethany, not Betty. I'm sure her nickname is Betty, though. Anyway, Betty Kozma, a conservative activist and former deputy chief of staff at the U.S. Agency of International Development in the Trump administration, downplays the seriousness of climate change and says the movement to combat it is really part of a ploy to control people. So yeah, Betty is, let's see, this woman, that's Betty. That's Bethany right there. If American people elect a conservative president, his administration will have to eradicate climate change references from absolutely everything, Kozma says. And so, you know how they had the don't say gay? This is don't say climate change. In the same video, Kozma calls the idea of gender fluidity. Why do they always focus on gender fluidity? It's like the weirdest thing. Anyway, evil. Another speaker, Katie Sullivan, who was an acting assistant deputy attorney general at the Department of Justice under Trump, takes aim at executive actions by the administration of President Joe Biden that create gender advisor positions throughout the federal government. The goal, Biden says, the goal Biden wrote in one order was to advance equal rights and opportunities regardless of gender and gender identity. Sullivan says the position has to be eradicated, as well as all task force, the removal of all equity plans from all websites, a complete rework of the language in internal and external policy documents, and grant applications. Trump tried to distance himself from Project 2025 falsely saying that he knew nothing about it and had, quote unquote, no idea who was behind it. It's his people. In fact, it's literally Trump officials, right? In fact, he flew a private jet. He flew on a private jet with Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation. That is the organization mainly responsible, right? Which leads Project 2025. And in 2022 speech at the Heritage Foundation event, Trump said, "This is a great group, and they're going to lay the groundwork and detail plans for exactly what our movement will do and what your movement will do when the American people give us a colossal mandate." It's not looking so good right now, Trump. To save America. They're withdrawing that mandate as we speak, right? Kamala is way up in the polls. We'll look at that in a second, right? A review of the training videos shows that the 29 of 36 speakers have worked for Trump. So 29 of the 36 people on these videos have worked for Trump, have been employed with Trump or the Trump administration on his 2016 to 2017 transition team in the administration or on his 2024 re-election campaign. The videos appear to have been recorded before before the resignation 2 weeks ago of Paul Dance, the leader of the 2025 project, and they are a reference to the project's website, the Heritage Foundation. And the reason it's called Project 2025 is that's when the new president takes office, in 2025. So that's the explanation for that. The Heritage Foundation said in a statement that at the time that Dance's resignation would be the end of Project 2025's policy-related work, but that its collective effort to build personnel apparatus for policymakers at all levels, federal, state, and local, will continue. The Heritage Foundation and most of the people who appear in the video cited in the story did not respond to ProPublica's repeated requests for them to comment. Of course they didn't. Caroline Leavitt, a spokesperson for the Trump campaign who features in one of the videos, said, as our campaign leadership and President Trump have repeatedly stated, Agenda 47 is the only official policy agenda for our campaign. Project 2025's 887, I'm sorry, chat, it's 887 pages, not 900, I lied. Mandate for Leadership document lays out a vast array of policy and governance proposals, including eliminating the Department of Education, slashing Medicaid. That is, if you don't make much money, that is what pays for your medical care, right? So cutting people off from being able to get medical care. That's what we're talking about here. Reclassifying tens of thousands of career civil servants so that they could be more easily fired and replaced. Giving the president greater power to control the DOJ, that is the Department of Justice. So in other words, the thing that Trump was worried about, Trump was spreading panic about in terms of saying that Biden was weaponizing the Department of Justice, there are guardrails in place to make sure a president doesn't do that. Part of what Project 2025 seeks to do is to undermine those guardrails. So the thing that he's accusing Biden of doing, he's trying to do, right? And further restricting abortion access. Democrats and liberal groups have criticized the project's policy agenda as extreme and authoritarian, while pointing out that many connections between Trump and the hundreds of people who contribute to the project. Trump's attempts to distance himself from Project 2025 have always been disingenuous, said Noah Bookbinder, president of the watchdog group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. The discovery of the vast majority of speakers in Project 2025 training videos are alumni of the Trump administration or have other close ties to Trump's political operation is unsurprising. Further evidence of the close connection there. Several speakers in the videos acknowledged that the Trump administration was slowed by staffing challenges and the inexperience of its political appointees. That is one thing that saved America, right, from disaster, was the incompetence of Donald Trump, right? You should have a president that's competent. You should have a president that's making decisions that are in the interest of people in the country. Instead, you had a president who was incompetent, but that was a good thing, right? Because the decisions that Trump was making were in no one's interest but his own. And they offer lessons learned from their stumbles. Some of the advice appears to be at odds with conservative dogma, including suggestions that the next administration may need to expand key government agencies to achieve the larger goal of slashing federal regulations. Yeah, because at the end of the day, small government is just a talking point. Conservatives don't really believe in it. Conservatives want small government when it comes to regulation of industry and large government when it comes to regulation of your life. When it comes to banning porn, they want large government, all right? Rick Dearborn, who helped lead Trump's 2016 transition team and later served as the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, recalled in one video how tough it was to find people to fill key positions in the early days of the administration. Yeah, that's because they want people that are loyal to Trump, but also able to do their jobs. And unfortunately, the people that are loyal to Trump aren't really able to do much of anything. They're kind of clowns, as you saw in the attempt to steal the election after he lost it, right? The kind of like legal team that he put together. The personnel part of Project 2025 is quote unquote so important to the next president. Dearborn said, establishing all of this, providing the expertise, looking at a database of folks that can be part of the administration, talking to you like we are right now about what is a transition about, why do I want to be engaged in it, and what may be my role. That's a luxury we didn't have, referring to the database of potential political appointees. Dan Huff, a former legal advisor in the White House Presidential Personnel Office under Trump, says in another video that future appointees should be prepared to enact significant changes in American government and be ready to face blowback when they do. If you're not on board with helping implement a dramatic course correction because you're afraid it'll damage your future employment prospects, it'll harm you socially, look, I get it, Huff said. That's a real danger. So they're warning people that are coming in, right? We're going to ask you to do some bad things. We're going to ask you to do some unethical things, right? And if you're worried about your future employment, maybe this is not the right job for you. If you're worried about your friends abandoning you because you're part of this corrupt authoritarian takeover of the government, maybe, pass on this opportunity. That's a real danger. It's a real thing, but please do us a favor and sit this one out. So anyway, they only want people that are willing to completely comster their reputation.
Role, climate change. Not Russia, not China, not AI, climate change.
I gotta wonder, what is up with this glitch? Is there a glitch in the Matrix here?
This is some weird It looks like we got some insider Project 2025 videos from the hack that may have struck Donald Trump's campaign. Now, Trump and his campaign came out yesterday claiming that they had been hacked by Iranian officials and that sensitive information had been obtained. And I made a video breaking this all down, and I explained how not all of the claims had been substantiated. For example, we don't know exactly who hacked the Trump campaign. They could be making up the part about Iran, but Microsoft did come out and say, yeah, a top political official did get hacked, and it doesn't seem like it was the VP Harris campaign. They haven't said anything about it. And then Politico released an article saying that they got certain information. But this article from ProPublica is titled Inside Project 2025's Secret Training Videos. And this comes at a time when Donald Trump and his campaign are desperately trying to distance themselves from Project 2025 as it hits the mainstream and as people begin to understand, wait, Republicans actually want to strip away our fundamental lifestyle, fundamental rights, and Project 2025 is a blueprint that is out in the open telling us how they would do that. Now, I have friends that are beginning to understand the threat that Project 2025 poses, and they are people that don't pay attention to politics at all. Some of my Gen Z friends are now excited to vote for VP Harris, but this reads, Project 2025's plan to train an army of political appointees who could fight the so-called deep state on behalf of a future Trump administration remains on track. New videos, dozens of never-before-seen published videos created for Project 2025 were provided to ProPublica and documented by a person who had access to them. Now, they are vague about...
Why am I not talking about, what is it, Agenda 47? Because that's not part of these leaks, right? These leaks pertain to Project 2025. That's why we're covering this now, right? We're covering the Trump hacks, right? Trump got hacked, some stuff got revealed. We don't have access to everything. There's apparently 271 plus pages that we'll eventually be able to take a look at. But right now, this is what we got.
About this. And I do want to say, even though the Trump campaign is trying to distance themselves from Project 2025, do not fall for it at all. There's a lot of overlap between the people who wrote Project 2025 and the people who Donald Trump plans on putting in.
Is ProPublica dripping this? Okay, so here's the deal. The people who have access to this information, to all of it, right, are Politico. Politico is a right-wing media organization. At this point, like it's changed hands. It used to be more centrist. Now it's pretty right wing. They're the ones that have got the story. So I don't know if they're trying to catch and kill the story or what. I suspect we will eventually get access to it. But right now, there's only dribs and drabs
In his cabinet. They are also training this army of people for Donald Trump to put to work on day one. Donald Trump also says he'll be a day one dictator, over and over. Day one dictator.
That sounds like fun. A day one dictator.
If you check out Project 2025, they say the phrase day one over 30 different times. On top of that, Donald Trump implemented 64% of the Heritage Foundation's policy recommendations during his first term, and he has said over and over that the Heritage Foundation guides the policy of the Republican Party. JD Vance wrote the foreword for Kevin Roberts' book. I could go on, but I just want you to know, do not fall for Republicans' gaslighting. Make sure you leave a like on the video and subscribe if you appreciate the fact-checking of Republicans. Quote, if the American people elect a conservative president, his administration...
Kraken says really fascinating that Project 2025 info pops up, you mean? Out of the Trump campaign when it's hacked, instead of how they're going to turn this into actual policy. I mean, look, this is a hack that happened in June, and Trump's been and his campaign have been sitting on it. They've been keeping it quiet. They've been maintaining radio silence about this hack. Right? This came out because the hacker went to Politico with this information. Politico has not really released much of anything. They're being pretty mum about it. Very in stark contrast to their reportage on the hacks of 2016.
Administration will have to eradicate climate change references from absolutely everywhere, and that's only the tip of the iceberg. If you've been watching my channel for a while, we actually dug into Project 2025 and researched it. They want to ban pornography, criminalize it, jail people who create it or distribute it.
So can any of you that are talking about Agenda 47 tell me how Agenda 47 makes it so that the intent to ban porn, which is what Project 2025 is talking about, amongst other things, right? The plan to reclassify public servants so that they can be fired and replaced with Trump cronies, right? Trump ran in 2016 on draining the swamp, and indeed Washington is a swamp. Washington is incredibly corrupt. The effect of money in politics is huge. And Donald Trump has been part of that effect. Donald Trump has been one of the corruptors, right? But instead of doing anything like that, he is now talking about making the swamp swampier, making the swamp Trumpier, and replacing the alligators with Trump sycophants. So I don't know.
Classify librarians as sex offenders if they teach sex ed. It's all
sounds like just another billionaire fucking up the government to me.
Disgusting. Project 2025, the controversial playbook and policy agenda for a right-wing presidential administration, has lost its director and faced scathing criticism from both
I feel like we
and former President Donald Trump. But Project 2025's plan to train an army of political appointees who could battle against this first one says, if you're bored...
If the next Republican president does not execute a dramatic course correction, there may never be another chance. So if you're not on board with helping implement a dramatic course correction because you're...
I mean, these are the kind of ghouls that would be in charge of literally taking over the U.S. government, of eroding any guardrails that prevent a president from acting like dictator on day one, right? This is the kind of swamp creature that they are bringing in.
It'll damage your future employment prospects. It'll harm you socially. Look, I get it. That's a real danger. It's a real thing.
And he's saying basically like you join on our group and don't be surprised if you can't get a job anywhere from now on, right? You're going to do some unethical things. You're going to be part of something really gross. You're your friends are going to abandon you, right? This is what he's saying.
But please, do us all a favor and sit this one out.
What word are you guys thinking of when you see that guy? Because he is weird. He's incredibly weird. That was
Ghoul. Ghoul is the word that comes to mind.
awkward. Let's see this one about climate change.
What do you think about all of about the left's words and definitions in the environment?
It's a great point, Katie. They don't stop. Climate change allegedly is everywhere. And if the American people elect a conservative president, his administration will have to eradicate climate
Kooky Koo, I feel like parents should be stopping their kids from watching porn. Right, what kind of situation are you in where you need big government to come in and ban all porn for everybody? I mean, this is just a bullshit think of the children argument, right? You're using children. You're using children.
change references from absolutely everywhere. And according
Okay, so this is Betty. What's her name? This is Betty. This is that Betty Cosma.
people elect
In
Weird. He's incredibly weird. That was awkward. Let's see this one about climate change.
what do you think about all of about the left's words and definitions in the environment?
It's a great point, Katie. They don't stop. Climate change allegedly is everywhere. And if the American people elect a conservative president, his administration will have to eradicate climate change.
So when she says climate change is allegedly everywhere, I don't know why she's saying allegedly. She's not talking about actual climate change, right? She doesn't believe in climate change. She doesn't believe in doing shit to stop the transformation that man-made activity is causing to the environment that might make it very hard for the next generation to live. Well, she's talking about the references to climate change. So in the same way that Ron DeSantis's don't say gay legislation, eliminated any mention of the fact that gay people exist from from schools, right? They would like to eliminate any reference to climate change in any sort of government policy. They would like to duck your head in the sand and pretend that it does not exist. If we do not acknowledge climate change, it will go away. Remember what Trump said about the pandemic? Remember what he said about that? Let's see if I can find this clip. Oh shit, we got a lot of this. Wow, look at this.
Now, the virus that we're talking about having to do, a lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat, as the heat.
That is February 10th of 2020. This is a year that a lot of people do not remember, and a lot of people, especially Donald Trump, do not want you to remember, right? But this was a year of his presidency. Joe Biden took over in 2021. 2020 was a year with Donald Trump in charge. And this is the kind of shit he was saying.
Comes in. Typically, that will go away in April. I've spoken.
It'll go away in April. Did it go away in April? Nope.
To President Xi, they're getting it more and more under control. So I think that's a problem that's going to go away. But when you have 15 people, and the 15 within a couple of days is going to be down to close to zero.
Close to zero, February 26th of 2020. Within a few days, right? So by, I don't know, March, early March, there's going to be close to zero people infected with COVID. How did that pan out?
That's a pretty good job.
This is Trump's fucking method. This is this is what he does. This is how he deals with a crisis. He ignores it and hopes it will go away. And this is how they're treating climate change.
It's going to disappear. One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear.
Yeah, one day it's like a miracle. It'll disappear. It'll just go away. We don't have to worry about it.
And from our shores, it could get worse.
Motherfucker is wish casting.
It gets better. It could maybe go away. We'll see what happens. You have to be calm. It'll go away. It will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. We need a little separation until such time as this goes away. It's going to go away. It's going to go away. It will go away. You know it is going away.
Chat, it is now August 11th of 2024, and it has not gone away. Joe Biden just got infected with it. It has not fucking gone away.
and it will go away. And we're
Quite to the contrary, actually.
great victory.
It's going to go away, hopefully at the end of the month, and if not,
And I gotta ask, if we had had competent leadership at the time, if we had not had Donald Trump, if the United States had not elected to pick a reality show, host as its president, and had chosen an actual president, right? Like somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing, would it be as bad? Would we be dealing with as much of this shit as we are now, or might we have done it slightly better?
hopefully we'll be soon after that.
Don't let them push 2020 into the memory hole. That was a fucking nightmare year, and in many ways made worse because of this guy.
Hasn't your thinking on this evolved?
It is going away. I didn't say Dave, I said it's going away, and it is going away.
You were saying things like, I think it's a problem that's going to go away with an
Oh yeah, he said by April, right? There he is in April.
But I think what happens is it's going to go away. This is going to go
He's still saying he's still coping. Motherfucker is coping and seething.
away. It's going to go. It's going to leave. It's going to be gone. It's going to be eradicated. And it might take longer. It might be in...
Spoiler, it will not be eradicated. It's fucking endemic.
Differences from absolutely everywhere. And according to our intelligence community, the #1 threat facing our country today is, drumroll, climate change. Not Russia, not China, not AI, climate change.
This is some weird shit, to quote our former President George W. Bush, but she is really giving a Katie...
Look, you could say that Russia and China, threaten U.S. hegemony. All right? But fucking climate change threatens our very ability to survive, threatens our very way of life. And we're late on even the Biden. I'm not trying to tell you that, like, no, but the Biden administration did a really good job, right? The Biden administration's on this shit. No, they're not. They're not. They're ignoring the fuck out of this stuff. Not as much as Trump. Not as bad as Trump. They're not trying to erase any like, evidence, any reference to climate change from like government policy. They're not trying to do this shit, right? But they're not good. They're not good. They are not good on these policies, right? They are not doing nearly enough.
Performance. Do you guys remember that after the State of the Union, that lady gave the performance and her facial expressions were weird?
Oh God, who was that? Anybody remember who he's talking about? After the State of the Union, after Joe Biden drank his Mountain Dew Code Red and got all hyped up and delivered the State of the Union, there was some woman that came on and gave the Republican address. Anybody remember who that was?
Is this person an actor or a politician? Why are the facial expressions so odd?
This shows how the federal...
Wait, Boss Davis. Oh, Jesus loves you. See, now wait a minute. Diablo Daughter, why are comments who respectfully disagree being removed? I don't think Jesus loves you is respectfully disagreeing. I feel like that's proselytizing me. I feel like that's violating my spiritual autonomy, and I don't appreciate it. Yeah, for the record, mods are removing comments from people who come in here hot. If you're coming in here hot, if you're popping off with something that's not a discussion, but it's just like some fucking... You're glazing Donald Trump. Like, you come in here, and the first thing you do is you swallow, like 5 feet of Trump cock, yeah, then that's gonna, we're not interested in that, right? We're interested in having a good conversation. And I am double checking the mod's work here, but I don't see anything that is a respectful disagreement that's being quashed by.
The federal government is all in on this issue, and climate change activists wield a lot of power. This is an issue to pay attention to as it has infiltrated every part of the federal government. Now, when I think of climate change, I immediately think of population.
Do you guys see what I mean when I say this is like bad acting? Leave a like and let me know in the comments. She then tells viewers that she sees climate change as merely a cover to engage in population control. Quote, I think about the people who don't want you to have children because of the, and here she makes air quotes, impact on the environment. She adds, this is the part of their ultimate goal to control people. What is up with, okay, so this just blows my mind. She is saying that we want to control people, but her and JD Vance and all MAGA Republicans are so obsessed with making sure that people have children. But this is Bethany Cosma. She worked in the Trump administration. Later in the video, Katie Sullivan, the former acting assistant attorney general under Trump, advocates for removing so-called critical race theory from public education. So, as hard as Donald Trump tries, as desperately as he tries to remove himself from this plan, every single person in this video worked under Donald Trump and probably will work under him again. This blows Donald Trump's argument right out of the water and kind of blows the lid on this whole thing.
I think you can expect that equity and all of the equity executive orders under Biden will be repealed early in the next administration. This is going to require a very detailed plan to execute the eradication of the dictates in the equity orders.
Wow, just a political genius, one of the greatest political minds of our time, really fighting for the people of this country, the working class, removing all of the equity plans that Biden put into place. Like, who the hell cares? Number one, you might as well sign some sort of Hunter Biden law. But number two, this is the argument for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Tim Walz, all of the videos of him that they pull up, he's like, yeah, I just want kids to have food in their tummies so they can learn. All of the leaked videos of Trump administration people, it's like, we need to remove any single mention of diversity. We need to remove all climate change regulations. It's actually evil stuff. If you agree, if you appreciate what I do, all that I ask is that you leave a like, comment a blue heart, hit that subscribe button so you can be a part of this community.
Anyway, so yeah, there we go. Let's see, we got one more here. Now this is going to be interesting, right? If you're a fan of Donald Trump and you're a fan of JD Vance, and you're a believer that there are only two genders, this might throw you for a loop, right? Because it turns out that sometimes the people that are advocating for an authoritarian regime suppressing people's sexualities actually have some interesting things going on with their own sexuality. Or at least want to experiment a little bit in college. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what JD Vance is experimenting with.
Possible for a presidential campaign to have this bad of a day, this bad of a week. Every single decision made by Donald Trump and the people around him have only worked to dig themselves a deeper hole, and today was no different. Now, JD Vance did multiple interviews. He talked to Dana Bash on CNN, he went on Face the Nation, he went on ABC, and good for him for getting out there and campaigning, but every single one was an absolute disaster, and I want to break down some of my favorite moments from each clip and show you guys this leaked photo of JD Vance that makes him look like a total, if you could overdose on being a hypocrite, then JD Vance is nearing the
makes him look like a total what? I think hypocrite is what we're trying to go for. Because there's honestly nothing wrong with what JD Vance is doing. Look, I don't have a problem with JD Vance using eyeliner. I don't have a problem with JD Vance dressing in drag. I do have a problem with JD Vance calling drag queens groomers. I do have a problem with JD Vance trying to, trying to push gay people back into the closet. I have a huge problem with somebody like JD Vance projecting his own insecurities on the rest of us. Right? Go fuck a couch, JD.
First of all, let's watch this clip of JD Vance being confronted on Donald Trump not having served in the military. It's incredibly satisfying.
Question. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He received a medical draft deferment for bone spurs to avoid serving in the Vietnam.
Okay, so the reason he's being asked that is he's attacked Waltz's military record based on the fact that Waltz ran for Congress, left his job in the National Guard a couple months before they would have been deployed, and as a result was there are claims being made that he somehow knew that his unit was going to be deployed. Now, here's the deal, though. The National Guard, and maybe we'll talk about this more tomorrow, right? Because there's this whole dust-up between JD Vance and Tim Walz and Jesse Ventura. Jesse Ventura actually comes off the top rope with the elbow to slam JD Vance and his bullshit, right? And his hypocritical bullshit, considering that his running mate is somebody who literally dodged the Vietnam draft.
War.
This is not the issue. This is not the issue.
Reportedly as a favor to his father. Do you find that shameful too?
I think that Donald Trump didn't serve in the military, but he didn't lie about it, Dana. I've known Donald Trump for a long time.
He dodged the fucking draft. He pretended to have bone spurs so he didn't have to. He thinks that people who serve in the military are fucking losers.
He really honors our veterans. He honors me for my service. Donald Trump didn't lie about serving in the military. He didn't say that he went to Vietnam when he didn't. This is the problem. I don't criticize any.
Really clever way to deflect right there and say, hey, Donald Trump didn't lie about it. Meanwhile, Tim Walz didn't lie either. Tim Walz served 24 years. That is more time than JD Vance had been alive by the time JD Vance ended his service. So JD Vance has no place to talk about any of this stuff. Also, he always says, don't pretend to be like something you aren't. JD Vance's entire career is built off of the back of pretending to be like something he isn't. Watch JD Vance.
Look, all I'm saying is that beard's doing a lot of work. That beard's covering a lot up with JD Vance.
About Trump having dinner with white supremacist Nick Fuentes.
So there's been a lot of talk about racism and whatnot. You faced some really nasty stuff. I saw this thing that Nick Fuentes, of course, he's
Gaetano B in chat right now having cognitive dissonance over the fact that Trump disparaged veterans. He thinks of people that served in the army as being losers.
Avowed white supremacist. He said, what kind of a man
and yes, he dodged the fucking draft.
Marries somebody named Usha. Clearly he doesn't value his racial identity, his heritage. I mean, this is racist garbage.
Yes, it is.
But this is also a guy that dined with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago during this campaign.
Jesse is a liar? Are you calling Jesse the Body Ventura a liar?
Well, Donald Trump.
Are you a Hulk Hogan stan? Jesse Ventura is a great man, okay? This guy tried to unionize the WWE, and he was narked on by one Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan ratted him the fuck out. Hulk Hogan is a goddamn rat. Hulk Hogan is a narc.
Doesn't know anything about and frankly doesn't.
Hulk Hogan is a snitch.
But yeah, look, my attitude to these people attacking my wife is she's beautiful, she's smart.
Wait. Do you hear what he just said there right there? Donald Trump doesn't know anything about and frankly doesn't care for. How do you not care for someone if you don't know anything about them? This is something that Donald Trump does time and time again. I mean, we can even take E. Jean Carroll, for example. He said he's never seen the lady. He doesn't know her, but also he doesn't like her. He says this all the time.
But also she named her cat Vagina.
With people, I don't know them, but they're...
Look, that's my favorite clip from Donald Trump. She named her cat Vagina. I love the way he says vagina.
Terrible person.
What kind of man marries Usha? A very smart man and a very lucky man, importantly. And my views, look, if these guys want to attack me or attack my views, my policy views, my personality, come after me. But don't attack my wife. She's out of your league.
But, I mean, that dinner that...
I mean, so for the record, we're talking about the Groypers attacking his wife. There is a civil war in the Republican Party right now, and we're about to see it hit the fan. We're about to see shit hit the fan, right? Nick Fuentes, who is way more influential than anybody realizes on the right wing, right? There are more people that are straight up Nazis that are part of the Trump coalition, right? Is unhappy because Donald Trump is insufficiently racist and insufficiently... You know, they're going to war. They're going to war with Trump now. We've seen Kyle Rittenhouse say that Trump's not strong enough on gun rights. We've seen Joe Rogan say that essentially that Donald Trump is not sufficiently anti-vax, right? He's going with RFK instead. He's going with the brainworm guy. They're falling apart. It's going bad. It's going really, really bad. Wait, what do we have here?
A Manhattan jury found that you sexually abused the writer E. Jean Carroll and defamed her. You've denied this, but what do you say to voters who say
they're laughing? It's hilarious.
Qualifies you from being president?
They're laughing at sexual assault. Jesus Christ!
Too many of them because my poll numbers just came out. They went up. Okay.
Oh, we'll take a look at those poll numbers now. We'll take a look at those poll numbers in just a second.
The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog or her cat was named Vagina.
I'm sorry. This just gets me. This gets me every time, chat.
Vagina. The was named Vagina. 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 The judge wouldn't allow.
I can't believe he says it like that. I can't believe he says it like that anyway.
It was Kanye West, the guy that's praised Hitler, who arranged it all. That was back a year and a half ago, and Trump still hasn't given a full-throated denouncement of this guy who said that terrible stuff. But
he can't. He's Nick Fuentes' bitch. He can't actually disavow this guy, right?
I mean, he's a white supremacist.
Look, I think
I mean, this is the guy that couldn't disavow the freaking Proud Boys. Are you surprised that he can't? That Nick Fuentes is actually more powerful, more influential in Trump's own base than he is?
Of condemnations on this. The one thing that I like, the one thing I like about Donald Trump, John, is that he actually will talk to anybody. But just because you talk to somebody doesn't mean you endorse their views. And look, I mean, Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife. Every time he sees her, he gives her a hug, tells her she's beautiful.
JD Vance is such a shell of a human and such a MAGA sycophant in a way that I could just never see Tim Walz doing. Even if Tim Walz found himself in the position where he had to defend VP Harris during an interview, which he probably will, you have to defend your running mate all of the time, he wouldn't do it in such a weird and creepy way, and he wouldn't make it so obvious that they are a cult. I mean, JD Vance is bending the knee for Donald Trump, but let's move on to this leaked photo of JD Vance that blows any argument he has out of the water against dressing how.
There we go. There's your dude. Republicans, come get your dude. Come and get your dude. Come and get your dude. Because if this wasn't JD Vance, you would be telling this person to stay the fuck away from children. You would be worried that this person was going to read a storybook to children, right?
How you want that.
You would be calling this person a groomer if this wasn't a Republican. You have cognitive dissonance, which means your brain does not work correctly.
Also,
you are segmenting different parts of your brain. You are compartmentalizing, I guess is the word for it.
Makes him look like a huge hypocrite. This is a photo of JD Vance from his college years, and I had to wait a few hours to authenticate this photo before I could post this video. Make sure you leave a like.
So yeah, we made sure. We checked with Milo first.
And hit that subscribe button if you like response.
We got the word for Milo Yiannopoulos. I love it how like Milo Yiannopoulos is the source on some of this shit that's coming out about like Kanye, actually, right? The whole thing about Kanye's doctor that's pushing nitrous on him came from Yiannopoulos, came from that creep.
Reporting, but JD Vance is essentially dressed in drag. He has a necklace.
Came from that portable desktop file, Milo Yiannopoulos.
He has a wig. He absolutely has eyeliner on in this photo. You cannot tell me that he doesn't have some sort of eyeliner on.
Oh my god, no, what are you talking about, Mockler? He's got eyeliner on 24/7. No, he wears that stuff every day. This is nothing new. Like, the only difference is normally he puts on his eyeliner right here, right on top, on the, just one line across the top of his eyes. Right now, he's got it kind of in the corners and on the under, like it's more eyeliner than he normally wears, right? But he normally wears eyeliner, and not when he's doing drag, like when he's doing a speech.
In this photo, it's especially thick, but JD Vance is essentially dressed in drag. He has a dress on in this photo, and I want to point out, as Midas Touch points out, it's perfectly fine that JD Vance enjoys being in drag. He should be free to be his true self. It's his judgment of others that is the problem. I want to reiterate, the only problem here is that JD Vance...
It's the fact that he's got rules for thou, not for himself.
Wants to strip rights away from other people while at the same time being able to be a part of the same movement whenever he wants. He selectively is outraged. He's not outraged when he does it or when Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani dress up as women. He's not enraged when any single Republican is caught in a gay club or whatever, but then when any Democrat wants to express themselves, it is...
Do I need to explain drag to chatters? Do chatters really not understand it? I think they cross-dressing is not included in that category.
the end of the world. And again,
I am not actually an expert on this subject, believe it or not.
we aren't judging JD Vance for dressing how he wants. We're judging him for being a hypocrite who wants to strip right.
It's because he doesn't do it 365? Do you understand what a drag queen is? The 291 beast? Do you think that drag queens are in their drag persona 24/7, 365? Do you think that's see, you don't know what you're talking about, and yet you keep talking.
Away from other people. This new report says reports tie JD Vance to more extremist conspiracy theories. This came out today, and it details how Republican VP candidate JD Vance has connections to at least 2 more extremists, according to reports this week. This is already after JD Vance has written the foreword for the Project 2025 light book written by Kevin Roberts. This is already after JD Vance had his Venmo leaked, and we saw that he was friends with a lot of far-right billionaires. JD Vance has had so many resurfaced clips of him saying disgusting things about women. I mean, how much worse could this get? Now, there are also reports that JD Vance used to wear a communist t-shirt in photos. This photo has gone
There we go. He's a fucking commie. He's a dirty commie.
viral, but I will say, I do think
The truth of the matter is there is a weird transformation that went on with JD Vance, and I don't entirely understand it. He seems to be, as recently as like 3 years ago, he's a very different person with very different political views. And when it became expedient for him politically to change those, yeah, he switched.
more likely that he was wearing it ironically, wearing the hammer
as
a joke, rather than him actually
Or he's doing some wrestling. He's with wrestlers there, so maybe it's a wrestling thing.
being a communist or being super far left from
Oh my god, I don't want to. Heaven forbid he be a communist. Adam Mockler, you fucking lib.
I've seen. It seems like he's doing this jokingly, and that's
See, libs are anti-communist, just like rightoids are, you know.
track with how college students genuinely are. JD Vance have been
They got the same kind of McCarthyist streak running through them.
2 new extremists, in addition to being friendly with far-right commentator who is exposed for his racist writings. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is reaching more than 1 billion people with his misleading election claims. Former President Donald Trump's running mate was in the news twice this week for his connections to extremists. The revelations come a week after USA Today reported that Richard Hanania, a far-right commentator unveiled last year as the writer of racist essays on white supremacist websites, was one of the contributors to the conservative man.
Wait, chat, where have I heard this name before? Richard Hanania? Anybody recognize that?
Project 2025, while also having a friendly relationship with JD Vance. On Wednesday, the Washington Post reported on Vance's 20 months of messages to Charles Johnson, a conspiracy theorist who has doubted the Holocaust and was banned from Twitter for veiled threats against an organizer of the Black Lives Matter.
Rolando says socialism is communism. Do you also think that freedom is slavery?
So just surrounding himself with great company, JD.
Did you know that George Orwell's book was also about capitalist autocracy as well?
The same day, it was revealed Vance endorsed an upcoming book authored by another far-right conspiracy theorist, Jack Posobiec. Shout out to him. He's attacked me before, enemy of the show. Posobiec was a major promoter of the discredited Pizzagate conspiracy theory. That's only the tip.
Oh, shit.
The iceberg. Posobiec is a terrible, terrible human being who pushes every conspiracy theory possible. The book praises fascist dictators and describes the far left as unhumans. Vance then wrote the foreword for another forthcoming book written by Kevin Roberts, one of the key architects of Project 2025. I don't know about the Republican voters, but the Republican leaders, the people like Matt Gaetz, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump, JD Vance that are deceiving half the country, they are genuinely evil. I will end the video there. The moral of the story is that JD Vance, Donald Trump, everybody they surround themselves with, they are all hypocrites, and they.
I mean, look, this is every accusation is a confession with these people. All right, so let's take a look. I don't know. This is JD Vance here. Local news.
Republican vice presidential pick JD Vance. Vance is a senator from Middletown, Ohio. He was elected to the U.S. Senate in 2022. NPR quote, "I can't stomach Trump." Saying on NPR, quote, "I can't stomach Trump," and once comparing him to Hitler. In now deleted tweets, he's called Trump an idiot, noxious, and reprehensible. He pulled a 180 over the next few years and in 2020 echoed Trump's lies of widespread election fraud. Vance earned an endorsement from Trump in his 2022 Senate race and eventually.
Do you see that? I don't know, Chad. Like, I should show you a better picture of him. But yeah, motherfucker wears eyeliner. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. All right. But if you're gonna be in this party, if you're gonna live by the homophobic sword. You're going to die by that sword as well.
Said he was, quote, wrong about Trump. On the issues, he reflects Trump's values in many ways. Vance is passionate.
Okay, so there we go. We got what he really thinks about his boss, Donald Trump. All right, so let's check in on the polls, see what the polls are saying right now about the race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Saturday, August 10th, 2024, and this morning, the New York Times and Siena College released an A-plus poll across 3 battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, showing Kamala Harris with a 4-point lead in every single battleground state. Now, where we are on our national electoral map is that Kamala Harris has been gaining ground in key and crucial swing states. States like Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, the 7 states that the Democratic Party has been focusing all of their efforts in for this election cycle. And Kamala Harris making these massive improvements relative to President Biden have only continued, and the momentum has been built, and it's gaining in a very good way for the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris now leading by 4 points in these 3 states shows a shift not only from what we saw with Biden, but potentially from the 2020 presidential election, where Donald Trump lost these states, but not by 4 points in any of them. Joe Biden only won Wisconsin by less than a point, won Michigan by less than 3 points, and won Pennsylvania by a point, and largely speaking, Joe Biden didn't have a massive election performance that was commendable in the Rust Belt. Yes, he flipped back the states, but it wasn't to a point where we would say, it set up Democrats for a guaranteed victory in any election. And that isn't what's happening here with Kamala Harris, but it certainly is really good news that the Harris campaign is up 4 points in these states that truly are going to be the most important. The path to 270 can come directly from Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, even if Trump was to flip states like Arizona, Georgia, and even Nevada. There's enough electoral math there that makes it so that these states could truly be the ones that hand Kamala Harris the presidency. But it'll probably be either more or less than that, depending on who wins the election. Now, Kamala Harris at 50 in all of these states is also a good indicator beyond that point. 50% is exactly where you want to be if you're not beyond 50% when you're looking at a lead in any type of poll. It means that you're already at a majority and that people just moving over narrowly between now and the election can put you over that majority, denying any chance that Donald Trump would win by a plurality, vote splitting, whatever it might be. These are defining numbers that are...
Natalie says Brianna Wu was just on Richard Hanania's podcast. That's where I know the name. Oh.
Very, very positive for Kamala Harris. And the fact is, the consistency is what I find to be the most interesting about it all, is that 50 to 46 in these 3 battleground states. And keep in mind, this is an A-plus rated pollster. I find this to be something that is really substantial when they come from high quality, vetted, really good research.
Is the Midas Touch guy liberal, anti-communist? Yeah. He's, I mean, look, just as much as any, I mean, I don't know, like Brianna Wu was just on his pod.
Because the New York Times and Siena College is exactly that. That's why it was a...
Should we take a look at that?
Trump up in battleground states in older maps. That's why it was a warning sign when they had Joe Biden's favorability rating dipping for the first time during the Afghanistan withdrawal. That's why a lot of these different things that they pull and research on, it makes major news and major headway in the mediaverse because of the fact that these are high quality polls. And so what we found here is with this lead in these 3 states, it really gives a sense of security to
yeah. So what he's saying there, right, is this, chat. We're seeing the Joseph Biden 2020 matchup with Donald Trump. Biden wins by 306 electoral votes over 232 from Trump. This includes Georgia and Arizona. So, you know, these numbers in both states, Trump has eroded that lead and in fact was leading Biden when Biden left the race, right? It's closer to even now, but you can't really call these states, right? These states, however, we're seeing like a 4-point lead across all 4 states, which is not, you know, a huge lead. It's pretty close to the margin of error, but it is a significant lead, and it is a huge swing for Kamala Harris, especially over Biden's numbers. Now, the reason that we're pointing out these 3 states here is that even if Trump were to take Georgia, were to take Arizona, and in fact were to take Nevada, right? So these are, you know, essentially these are the main swing states, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Those are the states that are likely to be like that are, you can't call them yet, right? You don't know where these states are going to end up, right? So were Trump to win all of the other states, all of the so-called Sunbelt states, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Kamala were to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that would be a narrow win for Kamala Harris. So in other words, if she locks up these states, which she is on track to do, that's game over right there. And anything else she gets, if she takes Georgia, if she takes Arizona, if she takes Nevada, which are, clearly within her reach, right? That's just icing on the cake at that point. That's just extra security. So things have changed drastically in the last month, right? We had Biden losing all of the swing states. Biden even looking weak in states like Minnesota, looking like there might be some solid blue states that are not looking so solid anymore, right? With Biden out of the race and replaced with Kamala, with this new energy and this new momentum, we have a completely new race. And now things are looking bad for Trump. The performance that we saw yesterday in his disastrous press conference, where he compared his numbers, his crowd size on January 6th to Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. That's a function of the fact that this guy sees his victory slipping away. And for Trump, it's not just, do I get to be president for another 4 years or not? It's not just about his vanity, and he's a hugely vain person, right? This is about Trump's ability to avoid accountability for all of the charges that he has racked up through his reckless criminal actions. The most corrupt president in the history of the United States. And he might actually pay for it. Usually presidents don't. Usually rich people skate by on any sort of, in terms of any sort of criminal culpability. But he's already been convicted of 34 counts of felonies, right? And he very well may get more. But only if he is defeated this November, right? So for him, this election represents a get out of jail free card. He is on the verge of losing that card as we speak.
Democrats in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania that sure may not and should not translate to a sense of complacency, but absolutely explains why people, choosing someone like Tim Walz was a good choice, why Kamala Harris being the replacement nominee for it was a good choice. I mean, pretty much affirming everything we already knew in terms of vibes and fundraising and excitement and enthusiasm, whatever it might be. Pretty much this has just shown that not only was this doing better for Kamala Harris, it's getting even better. Now expanding to the largest lead we've seen in these 3 states, according to new polls here, that's good news for the Democratic Party. And you can see on the averages, they weren't exactly, massively in favor for Kamala Harris. The new poll today from the New York Times hasn't been added in to the Wisconsin average. So before this poll was released, Harris was up by 1 point on average. In Pennsylvania, she was up by 0.9%. The New York Times poll also has not been included on this average here. 0.9% lead for Kamala Harris. That will undoubtedly jump up. And in Michigan, Kamala Harris ahead by 2. Again, New York Times and Siena College poll not included on this average here. Point being, a 2-point lead then will likely turn into 3-point lead. Pennsylvania to maybe a 1-2-point lead. Wisconsin to a 2-3-point lead. Massive improvements relative to where Biden was. Marginal improvements relative to where Kamala Harris was. But all in the right direction. And a lot of this is because of the fact that the American public now views Kamala Harris in a very different way than they did before she was the nominee for president. Right now, the unfavorability numbers are just 5.6% higher than the favorability rating numbers, which is a massive, massive turnaround for Kamala Harris from where she was before. For the entire duration of the presidency, with the exception of this honeymoon period from January 2021 to July 2021, Kamala Harris has been disapproved of quite tremendously. It got really bad around the time of the Afghanistan withdrawal, but even before then, she started to see a dip in approval, and she was unfavored pretty much nationwide. And then the trend line continued. More and more people started to dislike Kamala Harris. It started to get worse. Negative double digits approval throughout nearly the entirety of her vice presidency. And it really didn't get better. At different points in time, even leading up to the announcement that Joe Biden was leaving the race, 17% was the delta between unfavorable and favorable across the nation. The majority of the nation had an unfavorable
Delta means change.
view of Kamala Harris. Roughly a third of the nation, just a third, had a favorable view of Kamala Harris.
So in this case, he's using it to mean difference between the net rating is an unfavorability, more unfavorable than favorable of 16.8%.
And so to see this massive, massive overturn from where it was before, again, day of the dropout, we saw Kamala Harris down nearly 20 points nationally.
So what this is an aggregate, right? The lines that you're seeing are the averages. The little dots that you're seeing are the individual polls. So you have some polls that show her vastly more favorable. You have some polls that show her vastly less favorable. You have some polls that show her with a higher unfavorability rating. You have some polls that show her with a lower unfavorability rating. But overall, it's gone from, well...
Today, she is down just 5. And 43% of the nation has a favorable view of Kamala Harris. That is the highest it has been since July 20th of 2020.
And again, for the politicians that are running, everybody's underwater. Trump's underwater. Kamala's underwater. I don't know if Tim Walz is new to the scene. So like, if you look way back here, if you roll it back to like 2000, you see Kamala's got a higher favorability than unfavorability, right? When a person is, just elected, they tend to have a higher favorability rating. As they govern, it tends to go lower. And anyway.
So massive, massive gains here. July of 2021, not July 20th. Massive gains for Kamala Harris in overall approval. And so being down again, 5.6% also means that the unfavorability rating has now dropped below 50%, meaning the majority of the nation no longer views Kamala Harris as unfavorable. And that is a good thing. And she outflanks Donald Trump when you look at level of favorability rating. What you're seeing here is that 8.2% more people have an 8.2% delta between the unfavorable and favorable numbers for Donald Trump. It's getting better for Kamala Harris. It's only continuing to rise, and that is a huge thing for her electability and her odds, because I think this is exactly why you're starting to see Kamala Harris do quite well in these.
So 5.6% higher unfavorable than favorable for Kamala Harris, 8-point-something% for Trump.
These battleground states do quite well on the national level as well, because the national polls have also shifted. You can see when it was a Biden versus Trump rematch, we saw that Biden was down nationally, 2-3 points on average. Today, she's up by 2. That's at least a 5-point swing, and that's with 80 days to go. The Democratic Party has a really unique point, too, where they have been able to change the way people perceive their candidates months out from the election. Back in 2020, her favorability rating numbers were not good. After that 2019 and 2020 presidential bid, it did not look good for her favorabilities, for how people perceived her, X, Y, and Z, until she was actually put in the position where the national spotlight was on her. She spoke directly to the people. She had the ability to reshape the way that Americans viewed her, and it worked. And by the time we reached the election, she became someone with a positive approval rating. Unlike Mike Pence, unlike Donald Trump, she was able to turn it around, and based on what we are seeing right now, it is very possible that she is turning it around as well. We can see it in these battleground states and performance. We can see it in her own favorability rating numbers. We can see it in the Democratic Party's odds at victory. There are so many different metric points that tell us right now, Kamala Harris is in fact turning around this election, and the New York Times poll today only affirms that point even more. And so they also published an article talking about the worst 3 weeks of Donald Trump's 2024 campaign. And you know what? They're right. I want to talk about this in the future because I think this can genuinely sum up exactly what we need to know about the past 3 weeks. They have been the worst 3 weeks of this campaign that was launched in 2022. At no point in time did Donald Trump really ever see a position where he was dropping so rapidly in election odds, dropping so rapidly in terms of overall performance, in terms of expectation, in terms of fundraising. I mean, Donald Trump had...
What I think that we're seeing is a campaign that's figured out how to beat Donald Trump. And I mean, it's not the first time we've seen that. Joe Biden, had his number. The Clinton-Trump campaign wasn't actually that... It was a... I mean, you had Clinton even winning the popular vote over Trump. So in terms of getting more people to vote for her, yes, she did. That's not how our elections work, right? You don't win the popular vote. You have to win the electoral vote, right? But you're seeing a campaign that's figured out how to work against Donald Trump's strategies, which are new, right? Donald Trump's strategies are PR strategies. They are not political strategies. And so he comes into the field of politics as, kind of a strange animal that his opponents do not understand. And as a result, they fail at countering him. Hillary Clinton, talks about a basket of deplorables. Hillary Clinton, in a lot of ways, is her own worst enemy. Hillary Clinton refuses to even go and campaign in Wisconsin, assuming that because there are union voters in Wisconsin that she's got them in the bag. She, in fact, did not have them in the bag, right? So you had, and I would say Joe Biden is a fairly weak candidate as well. Like Kamala Harris may not be the best candidate that, has ever been seen, but her campaign is looking a lot more like the Obama 08 campaign and a lot less like the Hillary 16 campaign. So you're seeing essentially a sea change in our politics, which does seem like it portends the end of the MAGA era.
A very, very, very large amount of momentum going into...
They both suck. I mean, you're not wrong, Leafy Greens.
Biden dropping out. There was so much around him. The assassination attempt, JD Vance announcement, the RNC had passed...
But she sucks less than Biden, and she sucks less than Trump.
So it looked like Donald Trump was unbeatable, that this election would be one and done. Called on election night, no consideration in these battleground states. Trump was in it to win it, and that's what it seemed like until Joe Biden dropped out of the race. And since then, it has been the worst 3 weeks of Donald Trump's 2024 campaign. Because for a very long period of time, and I had this in my own prediction, it very much looked like Donald Trump was on track to win or come very, very close. Because leading up to the first presidential debate, I will admit, I had Joe Biden starting to do better because he was rebounding in the polls, starting to see improvements in battleground states. But then the debate was a complete collapse for President Biden. And then his numbers never really recovered. And so from then on, we had...
So yeah, there was some chance that the race would have tightened up had Biden stayed in it. However, I don't think that Biden had a very good chance to win. Again, you've got a walking cadaver who is exciting no one, who is inspiring no one. But you also have a historically unpopular candidate in Donald Trump. And the question is, could you have somebody that doesn't stink as bad? Because here's what it is, chat. When you've got two candidates that stink to high hell, right? The one that stinks the worst is going to be the one that loses. And Biden smelled like fucking death, if I'm being honest, right? Biden did not look okay. Biden could not string together 2 sentences. And Biden could not do the job of campaigning for president of the United States. You bring in Kamala Harris, who in some way is the generic Democrat, and she performs like the generic Democratic ballot, which, what I mean, Chad, is if you ask voters, generically speaking, would you prefer a Democrat or a Republican? You still have most of those people saying Democrat at this point, right? You still have, essentially people not wanting Trump. But when you fill that out and you say this is Biden, then, you just don't excite many people. You take a lot of people and they just take them out of the election. They don't end up voting, right? Generally, when there are more people voting in the election, Democrats win. When there are less people voting in the election, then Republicans win. Now you've got a candidate that actually has excitement behind her, and it has changed everything.
Election prediction, I released it right after the debate, showing Donald Trump with a 312 electoral vote victory over Joe Biden, a massive, massive gain compared to where it would be in 2020, and even a better performance than he had against Hillary Clinton. And so 312 to 226, I say this a lot, so if you're a longtime viewer or you've been watching my videos recently, I love to use this point, but it would be the worst Democratic performance in the 21st century. And that's where we were with Biden as the nominee on the day he dropped out. And so now we are seeing differences in the way people perceive the race. The political betting markets are starting to change. This morning, we saw that they shifted up 52 to 46. Yesterday, if you saw my video, I made a video covering how the fact that they flipped for the first time this election season, 49 to 47. Now they're even better for Kamala Harris. She has a 62% chance in Michigan, 56% chance in Pennsylvania, 56% chance in Wisconsin. She's now the favorite in Nevada. Arizona is even narrower. Georgia is even narrower than before. North Carolina even is getting into territory where it may even be alongside the same states as Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, etc. And so really 52 to 46 is already a gain for Kamala Harris relative to yesterday. A 3-point gain in terms of odds and chances based on the betting markets. And so it's so incredibly fascinating that we are at this point where we come out from an election where Donald Trump should have been.
So now that is not a poll, okay? That looks like a general election poll. It's not. That is the betting odds. Right? And look at the betting odds, all right? Anybody that thinks that this political race is over you're wrong. Trump has done a lot of damage to himself. Trump has massively hurt himself, like him flexing on MLK's "I Have a Dream" speech and saying that his crowd on January 6th was bigger. That's a pretty bad self-inflicted wound that he dealt to himself. However, right, he still has a 46% chance of winning, according to the markets, according to the gamblers, right? These are gambling odds essentially here. And, you know, it puts her up 52% over 46%. He's down 3 points. She's up 3 points. She's got a better chance of winning than he does, but he's still got a chance of winning. This is what people didn't notice about the 2016 election, right? You did have like organizations, you did have, you know, newspapers like the New York Times predicting some kind of like a 90% odds of Hillary winning. That would still mean that there's a 10% chance of Trump winning, right? But more realistically, the better ratings were like from people like Nate Silver, who predicted a 66% chance of Hillary winning and a 33% chance of Donald Trump winning. I think that, you know, this was the 1 in 3 chance. I think the 2016 election, you know, was a little bit of a black swan event. However, I think that the race being that close in the first place, where Donald Trump could jump out and actually win the Electoral College despite losing the popular vote, was entirely due to the incompetence, the negative charisma, and the sheer loser factor of Hillary Clinton. The lack of political instinct, the lack of political acumen, the fact that she had no business running and was only running because she had clout in the Democratic Party.
Raising, you know, a lot of money. The conviction helped him raise more money that he could use in battleground states, yada, 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 yada. The assassination attempt, again, the RNC, JD Vance, all of these things that should in theory have helped Donald Trump as a candidate. And then Joe Biden drops out of the race. And so I also will say, what I am excited to see, just generally, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, more data points on favorability ratings, more data points on swing states, because it is always an interesting thing to see them change over time. For instance, it's very clear that people do not like JD Vance, they do not like Donald Trump, they like Kamala Harris, but they love Tim Walz, up 14 points in terms of...
Dutch and the American, name one single accomplishment of VP Harris. You may be Dutch. You may indeed be Dutch, because you don't seem to understand the role of a vice president in the United States of America. There's two main things a vice president does. The first thing is when the Senate is deadlocked 50-50, the vice president comes in and casts the deciding vote. The second thing is if the president resigns, dies, or is incapacitated, the vice president replaces them. Right? So, yeah, no, you could say the same thing about any vice president. And in terms of accomplishments that you can completely credit to just them. Now, that being said, she did fulfill a role in terms of negotiations, in terms of foreign negotiations, right? The term border czar was applied to her. That's not an official function. That's not an official title. There is no position in the U.S. of border czar, but she was called border czar because she was tasked with going to countries like Guatemala to negotiate. And these are countries that, you know, contribute to the overall immigration. Immigration being an issue that people, you know, especially xenophobic people in the United States tend to care about a lot, rather than fixing our immigration system, rather than offering a pathway to citizenship. A lot of people would rather just try to minimize immigration numbers. But indeed, the best way to do that is not with some kind of hermetically sealed artificial wall, which could never exist, but rather with dealing with the situation in the countries that immigration is coming from. Immigration is not a problem when the numbers are limited. Immigration only becomes an issue when you've got something going on really badly in another country. Take, for example, Venezuela, right? Venezuela, there was an attempted coup orchestrated and failed by Donald Trump. It failed. It didn't go through. They didn't take the leader of Venezuela out of power, right? But he tried. And then after that, Donald Trump instituted sanctions on Venezuela. Guess where a lot of the immigrants that Donald Trump is now complaining about came from? That's right, Venezuela. So yeah, that is the sort of thing that Kamala Harris was involved in as vice president. The vice president does not sign executive orders, does not sign, bills or veto bills. That is what the president does. But you being Dutch, you being from the Netherlands, you may not understand this. So I hope that you learned a little bit. Anyway, chat, I'm boring the Americans in chat. They already know this.
Is where favorability ratings can really, really help. Because Kamala Harris can, talk to voters and say, this is who I am, this is my story. You may not have known me in the same way as I was as the vice presidential contender. Now that I'm at the forefront of this ticket, here's who I am and here's my story. And that is resonating with voters. JD Vance and Donald Trump, on the other hand, really aren't. I mean, we've talked about how JD Vance was probably the worst pick that Donald Trump could have done for vice president, and I genuinely mean that. JD Vance was really just dog water in terms of the possibilities that he could have, who he chose and what ended up happening. I think you were looking at the final three. None of them were really particularly that appealing. I think Nikki Haley would have been hands down the best chance, and I know we're talking about VP picks on a video about Rust Belt polls, but to that point, JD Vance is unpopular, so he doesn't provide a balance to Donald Trump. Tim Walz is popular, but so is she. And he's, more popular in terms of net favorables. And that's a good thing because it means that people like him. And that's always an added benefit.
My theory about the rise in Harris's popularity is the fact that she's running for president rather than Biden, right? That's her popularity. People want to vote against Donald Trump. People don't want to vote for a walking corpse that can't tell the difference between Medicare and COVID, that can't string two words together. People don't want to vote for that guy, right? She is not that guy. That is a big part of why her favorability is raising. And also when people start to get to know her, right? She's been a pretty behind the scenes figure, as are most vice presidents. When people start to get to know her, they find out they actually like her. Some of her weirdness, some of her eccentricity, some of the things that she's been made fun of for are actually quite charming. And combined with this, Tim Walz guy, this like coach of America figure, this is becoming a popular ticket. A lot more popular than Dementia Donald and Shady Vance. And by shady, I'm talking about his eyeliner, of course.
Because the VP at net balance should just never be taking away from a ticket. JD Vance is taking away from the ticket. Tim Walz is adding. And he was sort of the do no harm candidate, as many people described. But now, not only is he not doing any harm, he's doing a lot of good for the Kamala Harris campaign. And I think that's also why we're starting to see some numbers here.
Spinny says, thinks Nikki. Nikki is a rhino. No wonder a Dem thinks Nikki would have been a good pick. Spinna, this isn't, okay, I don't know what this person's politics are. They may be progressive, but what they're doing here is they're analyzing numbers. They're analyzing data. They're analyzing polls, right? And they're not asking, which candidate do you think would be better? Which candidate would you like? Would you like Nikki Haley? Would you like Donald Trump? Would you like JD Vance? They are asking, which candidate would America like? Which candidate helps them out in different states, right? There's different states in the country. We have an electoral college. You add up the points granted to each state depending on who wins that election, and you determine who's the winner, right? In 2016, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. However, she did not win the majority of the electoral college. That went to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump became president, right? So we're not asking, who do you like? Who do you prefer? Do you like the rhino Nikki Haley, right? Look, if you got to bitch to anybody about Nikki Haley, you got to bitch to the American people, right? You say that's a rhino? You say that's not a real Republican? Well, guess what? America doesn't like Republicans. Sorry. That's what happens. That's what happens when you finagle an artificial majority in the Supreme Court. You nominate corrupt justices that lie to the faces of senators and take down precedent like Roe versus Wade. The American people decide we don't fucking like that. But yeah, you put in Nikki Haley and you might have a chance. You put in Glenn Youngkin, who you probably think is a rhino, and you might have a chance. This is the United States of America. This is the voters. This is the public rejecting Trump, rejecting MAGA, spitting it out like a moldy bite of food.
They mentioned in the article that her numbers started to do better in the Rust Belt region after they chose Tim Walz as a nominee. And so, again, this was a poll that was conducted around the time that the selection process was happening. And so people were more enthusiastic about Walz. They were super excited about him being on the ticket. And so,
yeah, look, what you do when you rage against like people reporting polls is called killing the messenger, right? That's the idiom for that, right? That's the phrase that people use, right? You're getting mad at somebody that's conveying news that you don't want to hear, rather than what you think you're doing, which is disagreeing with his politics, which he's not expressing. He's conveying the political preferences of the American people. And if you want a Republican president, a Republican vice president, you would do well to listen.
it was definitely something that voters responded to positively, in a way, at least. And so they also found that amongst voter demographics, Kamala Harris performed better than Biden did with key Democratic coalitions, doing better amongst black voters in these swing states and younger voters, and also gaining ground with older voters. That can explain why Kamala Harris is ahead by 4 points when Biden only won Wisconsin by 1, or Pennsylvania by 1, or Michigan by 3. The favorability rating is better for her. The demographic data is better for her in terms of issues. And one
look, I'm really sorry if I'm pissing off Republicans here.
Tomorrow is that
also, chat, if you're gonna come in here, all right. Right, when you come in, please do not spam like your favorite candidate. Please do not spam like whoever 2024, right? We're not interested in that conversation. You want to have a conversation, if you want to talk to us, you're welcome to come in and have a conversation, right? We're not that interested in people like literally advertising for the candidate. And that goes for Harris too, right? That's not an interesting conversation. Harris 2024 is not an interesting conversation. All right? You don't have to come in here and announce your preference. Just
in this
tell us what you're thinking. What's on your mind?
Races, and guess what they found? They found that the Senate Democrats lead here by a tremendous amount. In the state of Pennsylvania, they find that in that battleground swing state, swing Senate race, let's see if we can actually go ahead and find it. What they find is that Bob Casey's up double digits. Lisa Slotkin is winning. Tammy Baldwin is winning. These Democrats are having in what we can start to see as an up ballot effect, where the Democrats are so popular in the Senate races, they are now helping Kamala Harris cross that finish line, get to the magic number of 270 electoral votes, win their battleground state. And while I don't think we're going to see a circumstance in which, Kamala Harris runs even with someone like Bob Casey, who is up double digits, that's never going to happen in Pennsylvania, she very well could benefit directly from the Get Out the Vote team that he has, the mobilization that he has. There are a lot of reasons to believe that Bob Casey is in a position where...
That's what I am doing. The Caddy 84, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I don't think that Kamala Harris is the president that I would prefer, right? There are a lot of other people that I would prefer over Kamala Harris. However, we have a race here. And no, I'm not fucking saying Kamala. All right? So don't you say Trump either.
He could help Kamala Harris.
That's not an interesting conversation if we just spam names at each other.
Is in a position where she could help Kamala Harris. I do think Lisa Slotkin could do well. She's actually performing roughly even with where Kamala Harris is, but that's an open race, and it's not a popular incumbent. And a lesser-known name than, how Senator Tammy Baldwin is taken in Wisconsin and Senator Bob Casey in his state of Pennsylvania. And so, final note here. These battleground state polls continue to build on this very, very long-standing story since the moment that she was announced as the contender for president of the United States.
Anyway, this video is getting a little bit boring. It's going a little bit long. I'm gonna take us out of that. I think there was one more. Okay, I don't know how much we can watch of this because we got to get on. We got other stuff to cover today. We got the President Sunday versus West Side Tyler. This is the drama that keeps giving, and we got to be apprised of the situation because more developments are going to take place tomorrow when Tyler comes back to stream. So yeah, this is Dana Bash interviewing JD Vance. I've heard there's some interesting stuff in here, but The other thing that we didn't quite finish was, what is this? The, oh my God, chat. Speaking of President Sunday, right? Look, I'm not advertising merch for this guy, all right? But that is a Sunday Kini right there. That is a President Sunday Kini. If you've ever wanted to have President Sunday's face on all of your bikini parts, well, now your wish is granted. Right? There it is. That's some killer merch right there, President Sunday. We're gonna get into the conflict between him and Westside Tyler in just a second. See, we've also got this Project 2025 thing. Looks like we looked at most of these. I don't know. We might get into this a little bit later. Oh my God, what is this?
The American people who vote for a conservative presidential administration, they're not reading the New York Times.
Chat, who is this guy?
They're not reading the Washington Post. Actually, to the contrary. If those outlets publish something, they're going to assume it's false. So the only way to reach them with...
So actually, you know what? He's doing a good job explaining polarization, explaining the bifurcation of the audience being the American people, right? If you are hardcore MAGA, if you are a theocratic fascist, if you are a Christian nationalist, if the New York Times says Donald Trump is bad, you take that as a reason to think Donald Trump is good. He's right about that. He's 100% right about that. I don't know who this weirdo is. I don't know what the deal is with this giant cross hanging off of him, but...
is through working with conservative media outlets.
There we go. So we go around the media, and we only use the media that's in the tank for us. That's what he's saying. Email probably should have been a meeting.
You know, the adage we hear a lot now is like, wow, this meeting could have been an email. Well, in the federal government, this email probably should have been a meeting, because what you probably want to do is, if you need to resolve something, it's probably, if you can do it, it's probably better to walk down the hall, buttonhole a guy and say, hey, what are we going to do here?
Did he just say butthole a guy? I thought that these people weren't around about buttholing a guy. I thought that was part of their politics, is like butthole a guy?
Talk through the decision, work.
It is an orthobro Shakespeare. I think you're right. It's an Orthodox deacon, maybe associated with Jay Dyer.
If you reduce it to writing, maybe you can protect it under some of these exemptions, but man, that's a lot of a fight. You're probably better off going down.
Oh shit, do you see what he's saying though? So this is Project 2025. These are the training videos that this has been revealed through a hack, right? This is, you know, information that they didn't want getting out, but here it is, we're seeing it. And what he's saying is like the, you know, the phrase, the email should have been a meeting, right? Or the meeting should have been an email, right? When people say that they could have just, you know, just written it in an email and conveyed it to everyone. He's saying the opposite, right? Because email leaves a record. An email leaves not a paper trail, but an electronic trail. And he doesn't want that. He doesn't want, you know, this to be, I don't know, subpoenaed, Freedom of Information Act or whatever. Right, they want to do what they're doing, which is essentially, you know, turning the government into a autocracy, into a dictatorship. They want to do it behind closed doors. So a meeting is better. A meeting, you know, is not going to leave that kind of a paper trail. All right, well, that is all that's in the ProPublica article. They said though there's like 14 hours of this shit. So much hostility to basic traditional values.
Now, in terms of a tip, survival tip, do not let career bureaucrats hinder you from advancing the president's agenda. Keep in mind, you're coming into a place, Washington, D.C., that does not share your conservative values. They're even...
So what they're saying is that civil servants that are supposed to, you know, run the government in the interest of the American people might not be down, might be an impediment to the Trump agenda, right? And if you're one of Trump's minions that he's trying to put in place by reclassifying some of these jobs so he can fire these people and hire his own sycophants, then you're gonna be in for a fight against people trying to protect American democracy.
Hostile to it. Because
you always hear Republicans say, we don't live in a democracy, we live in a republic. And what they're really trying to say is that they want a monarchy. They want the government to operate more like a Silicon Valley company where the board is compromised by the CEO and the CEO just does whatever the fuck they want. The CEO in this case is Trump. This is dictator on day one shit.
Do something that's not in their interest. They're not going to be your friend, and they're not going to help you succeed. What are you doing? You're here to cut government. You're here to cut spending. You're here to cut regulations. You're here to stop the waste, fraud, and abuse that's going on. But a lot of careers have been made from that. A lot of money has been made from that. Fiefdoms have been built around it. So you're going to get a lot of opposition here.
It's weird that they say fiefdoms have been built around it when the real fiefdoms that you should be worried about are the fiefdoms set up by corporate America, right? When they say they want to shrink the government, what they're talking about is they want to reduce the effect of something like regulation, right? Regulation, which puts some guardrails on capitalism, on what like large corporations can do to you, right? When it's not in the interest of the American people, there are regulators in place to put some guardrails on that, right? This is an effort to eliminate those guardrails.
It's an entire industry of opposition from lobbyists, professional associations, contractor groups, and disappointingly...
And it's weird because there are issues with lobbyists, right? This is money in politics. This is the way that big business gets its hooks into the American government. And what the real description of what the American government is supposed to be is a democratic republic, right? A democracy that utilizes a Republican structure in order to implement. Now, I don't think it's a perfect democracy. I think there's a lot of problems with it. We talked about lobbyists. Those are a huge problem in it. That's a way in which, it's not the will of the people. It's not the interest of the people that's important. It's the people with money that are important. But, the basic design is a democracy and republic are not in opposition to each other, right? And what they want isn't actually a republic either, because a republic still has, ensconced in it the ideas, especially a democratic republic, of working in the public interest, right? What they want is more of a monarchy. What they want is ruled by the corporations, right? So, you're already ruled by the corporations at work in your job, right? These people just want to put more of that power in control of the corporate overlords. Trump is not draining the swamp. Far from that. He is the swamp. But yeah, I think we watched most of this. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's take a look at what Dana Bash has got here, and then we'll move on to Sunday versus Tyler. How about that?
Thank you.
Yo! Oh my God, that was too much. That sound was too much, chat. I don't like that editing.
For doing this. Appreciate it, Senator.
Thank you.
Within a week of you being named.
So yeah, I said this guy wears eyeliner on the reg. Like, take a look at his eyes. Tell me what you think.
Named on the VP ticket, the Democratic nominee changed.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys seem to be struggling a little bit with.
I would hazard a guess, and this is not me trying to, bash Dana Bash here, but I feel like his eyeliner is better applied in this case than hers.
How to approach.
I mean, I got no room to talk, Chad. I'm not wearing any eyeliner at all, so.
The new dynamic. How are you approaching your new opponent and the new ticket?
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty straightforward, actually. We're running against a set of policies that I think have failed the American people, and we're running to a set of policies, President Trump's 4 years in office, that I think really succeeded for the American people. And I think that what's different about it...
You see what I'm saying? Like, he might not be, doing his drag persona anymore, but he's still got the eyeliner.
Right, Dana, it is different. But what's different about it is that we're running against a different person who a lot of Americans just don't know. And so I think we have to remind people that President Trump delivered lower prices, lower inflation, a prosperous and peaceful world.
President Trump started his administration in 2017, before COVID. He finished his administration, he left office in 2021. in the midst of COVID, there were effects of the pandemic on not just the United States, but the global economy, which, yes, included inflation. Now, I could be really bad faith and say that Donald Trump presided over 2020 and that therefore Donald Trump is responsible for all of the effects of the pandemic. I do think that he did a bad job governing during it. I do think he was not the person to be in charge during a crisis. I do think that he undermined the confidence of the American people in their government. But if I was to completely place the blame for global inflation on Donald Trump, I think I'd be being a little bit unfair there. So I won't do that. But it's equally unfair for JD Vance to blame the results of that pandemic, which, yeah, very well may have been made worse by Trump, and therefore the effects of the pandemic have been made worse by Trump, on Joe Biden, who presided over the effects of that pandemic, right? He's just bullshitting you. He's just blowing smoke up your ass. He's looking for any and every excuse to bring a multiple felon back into power so that he can avoid culpability. And that is why Donald Trump is running for president. He's got charges chasing him. He's the most corrupt criminal president in the history of the country. And he does not want to be held accountable for his crimes, right? If he is reelected, he may escape accountability. If he is not reelected, he will very likely face a charge and a sentence. And it's not going to be anything, it's probably going to be just, he's going to end up with an ankle bracelet, right? He's not going to jail. He's not becoming, bunk mates with anybody, right? It's not going to be like that, but he'll face some kind of accountability, and he very much does not want to do that. So.
And also a secure border, and Kamala Harris's policies have produced the exact opposite. Now, that was an easier case to make when Joe Biden was in there because people associate Joe Biden with the policies, but I think Kamala Harris clearly owns the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, especially when we consider the fact that, as we've all learned over the last few months,
again, if you want to talk about immigration, you need to, again, talk about Donald Trump. You need to talk about the cause of that immigration. Immigration does not happen out of nowhere. It does not happen because immigrants are evil people. And it certainly does not happen because countries connive to send their asylum residents into the United States. They empty out their prisons, all the shit that Trump says. It's like they've asked him, right? The media's asked him after he said that. So what's your source on that? What's your evidence of that? He doesn't have it. He's just saying it. The late great Hannibal Lecter will come and he will have you for dinner. He will eat you. You'll be eaten by an immigrant if you vote for Kamala Harris, right? That's their pitch. That's their fucking pitch, right? But if we look into the actual reason for the immigration that has been the massive waves of immigration, right? This is what overcomes the system. This is what overcomes particularly the asylum system in terms of the judges that are supposed to preside over these cases and decide of an asylum seeker, do they actually have a valid claim to an asylum? Because this is international law. When people are in a fucked up situation, in a dangerous situation, you are supposed to allow them in. You are supposed to allow them to claim asylum. Why are people from Venezuela in a bad situation? Because after Trump attempted to run a coup on Venezuela, which the United States has done to a number of South American countries, he was unsuccessful with that. He placed sanctions on Venezuela. These sanctions fucked up the economy in Venezuela, immiserated the people, and hence you had people wanting to immigrate, right? A lot of the drivers of immigration have to do with the United States foreign policy. And in this case, this is foreign policy that Trump is to blame for. So he caused the problems that created the immigration, and now he wishes to run on the idea that the immigration is somehow Joe Biden's fault. Even though Biden has adopted his exact policies, even though Biden agreed with the plan that the Republican Congress was trying to pass. As soon as Biden said that he agreed with that, as soon as he said that the Senate would pass that bill and that he would sign that bill into law, and I think this is actually a criticism I have of Biden. I don't like the Trump immigration policy. However, apparently Biden does. Trump told his people not to pass that in the House, and it didn't. He wanted to keep the problem of immigration in place as an election issue, right? So this is not a problem that Trump seeks to solve, because it was handed to him on a silver platter. If what Trump was about was policy, if what Trump really wanted to do was implement his immigration, his racist, fucked up, xenophobic immigration policy, Joe Biden handed it to him on a silver platter, and he said no. He said no. This is an election issue for me. This is politics for me. I don't give a fuck about the issue. I give a fuck about winning. So don't pass that plan, Republican Congress. And they didn't. They backed down. They turned on a dime. So yeah, the fact that you'd be trying to bring up immigration when your party, when your president has been so fucking craven, so dishonest, so disingenuous on that issue, is actually kind of posting your L's, JD Vance. But this guy knows all about posting his L's, right? This is the guy that actually talked about the fucking the couch thing. This is an internet meme that in the larger scheme of things means nothing, okay? That somebody made up that, like, in Hillbilly Elegy, there's a reference, there's a 3-page description of him having sex with a couch. It didn't actually happen. It's not actually true. And yet he felt the need to deny it. He felt the need to draw attention to it. This guy's all about posting his own L's.
Joe Biden clearly isn't capable of doing the job, and so I think that drives home that Kamala Harris really has been the one calling the shots. I mean, how?
It's her fault. It's her fault. The vice president's fault that
I think Joe Biden doesn't really know
that the president is an incompetent candidate and cannot string two words together. That's her fault. Do you remember that?
Harris has been calling the shots. Says who?
Well, I think she has to have been, right? Because if she's not calling the shots, Dana, then who is? And I do think it drives home something.
Well, you could ask Nick Fuentes. I think he's got some interesting ideas on who's calling the shots in the White House. They all point back to anti-Semitism, but then again, that's only part of your MAGA coalition. That's a part of your MAGA coalition that's actually revolting right now, and we'll get more into that tomorrow.
Fundamentally dishonest about the way that Vice President Harris and also a lot of senior Democrats have approached this. If you remember, for months, even years, the argument was that Joe Biden was sharp, he could clearly do the job, and the minute that he performed poorly in that debate and he became political dead weight, you have Kamala Harris and everybody else trying to throw him overboard. But we don't have anything. Look, you've got stuff about Nancy Pelosi, you've got stuff about Obama putting pressure on Biden to drop out. I think because they realized, and accurately so, that Biden had zero chance of winning the election. I think most people that watch that debate realize that this guy can't string two words together. This guy can't keep Medicare and COVID straight. He says we finally defeated Medicare, right? He's trying to say COVID, right? But he says fucking Medicare. He tries to introduce Kamala Harris, and he says Vice President Trump. He tries to introduce Volodymyr Zelensky, and he says President Putin. Right? No, Biden has no business running for re-election, and that should have been clear, and there should have been a real primary, and there should have been real oppositions. Unfortunately, the Democrats have been scared of running a real primary, especially against an incumbent, since like 1980. I think the more troubling question is...
The one phrase that I always use to describe the Democratic Party is that they're scared of their own shadow. That shadow is sometimes FDR. That shadow is sometimes the New Deal. And that shadow is sometimes it's sometimes Ronald Reagan, whose image they try to run in. They try to, gauge their policy by what the Republicans are doing when they feel like the Republicans are successful, and be like a slightly less radical version of that, right? And it's fucked up their whole party. They have been fucked up for the better part of I don't know, 30 years now. Wait, 1980 to, like the 40 years. God.
Why did so many senior Democrats, including the vice president, cover for him? And if Joe Biden wasn't capable of doing the job, as even a lot of Democrats say now, was Kamala Harris in charge, or was somebody else in charge? And
I'm just asking questions. In other words, you got nothing. You're going to make a claim, but you don't actually have any proof of that claim. All right? I call that disingenuous.
It's a real issue.
There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard. But I want to move on to something that Governor Walz has called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
And it is taken off. The New York Times reports that when Donald Trump was asked about it, he said, "Not me, they're talking about JD."
Talk about being thrown under the bus. Wow. Damn. Damn.
Well, certainly.
Yeah, Nana again says Ohio didn't even like Vance. You're right. Yeah, he's incredibly unpopular.
Levied that charge against me more than anybody else, but I think that it drives
My God.
trying to distract from their own policy failures. I mean, look, this is fundamentally schoolyard bully stuff. They can accuse me of whatever they want to accuse me.
Oh my God. Is it schoolyard bully stuff? Are you a birthday boy, JD Vance? Are you you want to talk about schoolyard bully shit? You are running with motherfucking Donald Trump, a candidate who regularly makes nicknames for his political opponents. You are running as second fiddle to the actual schoolyard bully. What are you talking about, bro?
As Harry S. Truman once said, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. And I'm doing this because I think that me being vice president will help improve people's...
I mean, clearly you can't stand the heat.
So I accept their attacks, but I think that it is a little bit of projection, Dana, if you think...
Now, look, me putting on my hat as political analyst here, yeah, he doesn't need to take the weirdness thing very seriously. The more they respond to that, the more they seem upset about that, the more that attack sticks, right? So the worst thing you can do when your candidate says your opponent says you're weird is be like, no, I'm not. No, so he's kind of doing okay in terms of this pushback.
Just take a couple of days ago. Tim Walz gives this big speech. He's been announced as the VP nominee. And I remember when I had just been announced as the VP nominee, I gave my big speech and I saw my wife and I gave her a big hug and a kiss.
And people didn't love me like they loved Tim Walz. What gives? What gives? Everybody's nice to this Tim Walz guy and they make fun of my eyeliner.
Because I love my wife and I think that's what a normal person does. Tim Walz gave his wife a nice, firm Midwestern handshake and then tried to sort of awkwardly correct for it.
Wait, oh my God, dude, you don't need to push back against the weird charge. It's not a it is a pretty superfluous. It is a pretty superficial attack. It only works because you are fulfilling that description. It only works when you act weird in response. And here he is again, posting his L's.
I think that what it is two people, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who aren't comfortable in their own skin because they aren't comfortable with their policy positions for the American people.
I'm sorry, but I am seeing somebody right now who is not comfortable in his own skin. I am seeing someone right now that is wearing a beard because he doesn't want us to know what his face looks like without it.
And so their name.
I'm watching somebody right now who feels the need to put eyeliner on. Feels like he doesn't want us to see what his face just looks like, right? He's literally, this guy's wearing a mask in so many, both literally and figuratively. And he's talking about Walz and Harris not being comfortable in their own skin.
Instead of actually telling the American people how they're going to make their lives better. I think that's weird, Dana, but look, they can call me whatever they want to.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that.
I said that he...
Wait, nobody understands what he's saying. He gave his wife a handshake. How dare you? I love my wife. I give my wife missionary and doggy style. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's implying.
Acted weird, which he did, on a national stage in front of his wife and in front of millions of Americans who presumably were watching at home.
I'm not weird.
Projection.
I'm not weird. You're weird. I'm not weird. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, chat. He's not weird.
Dana, look.
Yeah, thrown under the couch says, why so darkness?
I think this election should be about who's going to solve the inflation crisis, who's going to make groceries and housing more affordable, who's going to secure that southern border. Kamala Harris's record is that she supported all the policies that made that.
How about who's going to make the corporations give the American people a living wage? How about who's going to regulate the exploitation of workers so that they're getting to keep more of the productivity that they are creating? They're going to keep more of the value that they are adding to their company. How about that? No, that's definitely not you. That's definitely not Trump. You are on the side of the millionaires and the billionaires. Hence your tax plan, which would raise you know, the taxes essentially on the median income workers by about $2,000 and cut taxes drastically on the wealthy.
Problem worse, Dana. We're trying to say we're going to take the country in a different direction.
What is your plan on rent? Most Americans spend way too much of their income on rent. What is your plan to get that under control?
I really think that
Because guess what? As bad as Joe Biden is, he's got a plan. He's got a policy. You've got empty words, JD Vance, and eyeliner.
it's important to point this out, Dana. Their entire campaign has not been about, here's our policy for how we're going to make your life better, or here's what's wrong with Donald Trump and JD Vance's policies. We're going to name call and hope that you don't notice that we don't.
Name call, you're running with Trump. Do you not realize that? You can't make that criticism. This is the thing about JD Vance, right? He's been like Trump's attack dog, attacking, Kamala and Waltz for name calling, right? And later on, I don't know if we'll see this or not, but he's going to attack Waltz's military record, right? And the guy that he's running with is the name caller in chief. He's the guy that makes nicknames for people. Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe, Lion Ted, DeSanctimonious. That's Donald Trump. That's your guy. That is your fucking, that is your president right there. That is your guy. I'm sorry, but these charges, fall hollow when your own running mate is actually what you've just accused them of fits him better. Right? When you're talking about JD Vance, you're running with a guy that dodged the fucking draft, that faked bone spurs to get out of Vietnam. What the fuck is bro talking about?
Don't have an agenda. That is the entire Democrat approach to this election.
They have done both. They have both policies, and they are trying to define
Dana,
you as well.
If you go to Kamala Harris's campaign page right now, they still don't have a policy.
Well, let's talk about policy.
Set him up. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Minimum wage doesn't help out the living. Well, I must be undead then, because you're helping out me in earning a living wage. And thank you very much for that, I guess.
About what they're going to do, I think that's really insulting to Americans.
You started out talking about the policies
Please.
in this interview, but you have been on the campaign trail questioning Tim Walz's military record. You say it was shameful that Governor Walz retired from
Yeah, Fuzzy Slippers points out Tim Walz has no policy proposals. You sure you want to go down that road, bud?
military before his unit deployed to Iraq.
Maybe it's Metal says maybe JD Vance actually has like it's called a permanent makeup, right? It's like a tattoo that some people get. I don't know.
I'll read you something.
But for whatever reason, he doesn't want us to look at his face au natural. And for a guy that's trying to come across as authentic, well, here's your problem. You're trying to come across as authentic. Authentic people don't have to try. Therefore, you're not authentic. You are the fakest motherfucker. This guy called Trump an American Hitler. And now he's saying you got to vote for him. I'm running with him. I endorse this guy. The guy that I fucking compared to Hitler.
That Joe Eustace, who is a veteran, he served with Governor Walz, said. He said that's a lie. He said he was as good a soldier as you'll find.
GTA asks, is this gender-affirming care that we're seeing from Tim Waltz? Okay, let's go with that. All right, he's wearing guy liner to make his highs seem more intense, masculine. Would that be considered gender-affirming care? Good question. Good question.
Trying to defend him. I hope people don't think that. What I'm trying to do is defend someone who's
Yeah. Sassy Sasserai says he meant America's Hitler in a good way, right? As a positive.
served his country. I'm not voting for him. I'll campaign against him, but I don't think it's fair to characterize his service the way they have. Governor Walz served.
Vance is a HۆCKED specialist. Yeah, he's definitely glazing up Trump.
He even stayed after he.
How is Trump Hitler? Ask JD Vance. Ask JD Vance. Ask JD Vance. I am quoting the man that's being interviewed. This is Trump's vice presidential candidate. Ask JD Vance how Trump is like Hitler.
Could have retired because of 9/11, more than the country asked of him. Do you honor his service?
Well, of course, Dana, I honor his service, and I've never criticized what Tim Walz did when he was in.
God damn, do we need to get Jesse the Body Ventura in here? Do we need to bring in the wrestler off the top rope?
Dad, and some of you know
of this attack from the Trump Vance ticket on Governor Walz's military service.
Well, Laura, I'll tell you what I think. I think it's shameful.
The man, the myth, the legend.
I think it's shameful that a veteran would attack another veteran. Governor Walz served honorably for 24 years in the National Guard. After 20 years, you are eligible to retire at any time you deem necessary. They talk about him missing his deployment. Well, maybe...
Seabaum, I'm out of touch. Go touch grass. You are literally watching a stream on YouTube Shorts, my friend. Don't tell me I'm out of touch. One of us is getting paid for this, and it's not you.
Should ask the real question. What is the National Guard doing deploying to a foreign country in a foreign war? Well, let's go into history and figure out how that happened.
So there's a damn good question, right? Walz is part of the National Guard. That's a National Guard. That is not the Army. That is not the Navy. That is not the Air Force, Space Force, or Marines. That is the National Guard supposed to serve in this country. What was the National Guard doing being deployed to Iraq? And I'll tell you, it's because of George W. Bush's failed policy, failed war on terror, failure to find weapons of mass destruction, because they weren't fucking there, because Saddam Hussein in Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. And yet we lost how many lives? And yet how many Iraqis were killed? All that blood? All that misery, all that money spent, and what the fuck did we get out of it? We got ISIS. That war created ISIS. That's failed policy. That's failed Republican policy, and that's failed policy from another Republican who failed to win. The popular vote the first time that he was elected, who only got by. In fact, if you really look at it, he may have failed to win the Electoral College too. That was an intervention by the corrupt Supreme Court, even way back then. So this is the first president in this century, George W. Bush, to fail to win the popular vote and still be elected. Then we got the second Republican president in Donald Trump. Donald Trump has never won a popular mandate.
Because George W. Bush and Dick Cheney went into the Iraq war based on lies, no weapons of mass destruction, no ties to HۆCKED, nothing with 9/11, and they ran out of bodies. They needed more bodies.
Lord Prep says blame Zionism. I'm sure, but as long as when you're talking about American Zionism, you recognize that we're talking about a movement that's made mostly up of Christian evangelicals, right? Sometimes, sometimes blame Zionism gets conflated with some anti-Semitic stuff. That's not what we're talking about here, right? Most American Zionists are actually, Christian. They're evangelical, and they don't have the interest of the Jewish people in mind, right? When they say they want Israel to occupy that land from the river to the sea.
Bodies. They couldn't implement a draft. That would be political suicide. So what George Bush did was sign an executive order sending the National Guard into foreign deployment.
BX says Free Palestine, yes.
National Guard is not
yes.
Foreign deployment. Their name says what they do. They guard our nation from within. So this hogwash about Governor Walz missing a deployment, not only that, he's 24 years, he's an E9. I deployed twice. We never even had an E9 with us when we deployed. E9s are not going to walk the point.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with the military designation, the E9 denotes seniority. Tim Walz had quite a bit of seniority. He's a fairly senior member of the National Guard. And in Jesse's words, right, this is not somebody that was going to be seeing action. This is not somebody who was going to be fighting, even if he had been deployed to Iraq. So the accusation is that he ran. The accusation is that he ran for Congress. In fact, that's what happened, right? He retires and he runs for Congress. and then his unit deploys, right? But in actuality, had he not retired, had he stayed with his unit, and had he been deployed, he still wouldn't be seeing action. Unlike Donald Trump, who avoided deployment altogether by faking bone spurs, by dodging the fucking draft.
Going to be involved in any combat whatsoever. They're figureheads being the most senior enlisted within their company, and that's what it's all about. So I think that Vance is doing a disservice to himself and a disservice to the United States Marine Corps. I know a lot of great Marines, and Marines show respect, and Vance is not showing respect. And let's continue. Who does he have respect for? Donald Trump, the biggest draft dodger from the Vietnam War, the rich white boy who bought his way out of it. I come from South Minneapolis.
The guy that referred to soldiers as losers, right? That referred to veterans as fucking losers.
My friends and I didn't get out of it. We either got drafted or we enlisted. I know 6 or 7 or 8 of my friends. Donald Trump was your typical rich white boy who didn't have to serve in Vietnam because he could buy his way out of it. And that's who Vance is standing with, this guy who leads from the rear.
Then why do you think, given all that you've described, from the politics, the history, and of course the person who's on the top of the ticket who has been criticized for the bone spurs reason for not going
Pepsi Man says Governor Walz would have been in Kuwait or the Green Zone. Yeah.
to serve? And frankly, I have not served. I am a civilian and have the ultimate reverence for those who have. And thank you for your service.
Trump is the embodiment of the Timothy Jones is saying the Creedence Clearwater Revival song, Fortunate Son.
So why do you think this is the line of attack to choose politically? Obviously, it would offend and alienate voters on one level, and also people who have served the armed forces on the other.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Mr. Vance that. I don't understand his motive whatsoever, how he could turn against a fellow veteran. You know, there's kind of an unwritten rule amongst us veterans. You don't criticize another veteran. Not every veteran's a knuckle dragger. And I'm not going to define knuckle dragger, because if you've been in the service, you'll know what a knuckle dragger is. But, you know, as a frogman in the United States Navy, my job was to ensure the Marines could get to shore to do their job. We went in ahead of them. We went in before them to ensure the Marines could land. And his point of being a Marine like he is, and then criticizing the governor after 24 years of service, it's despicable on his behalf for doing that. And I hope all veterans feel like I do.
Yeah, veterans, that's so life. Veteran
and how they served, whether they're a cook or whatever they do, they all have a job to do. And if you're going to be successful, everybody has to do their job and pitch in to be successful.
So well said. I think it's capturing the sentiment of so many people who are watching this, and there is the terms I can think of as kind of an ick factor of having people at each other in this way, knowing the nuance and knowing the fact that
it's funny that she said at each other.
Has served, and
Very online.
Less than 1% of people have protected this nation over time. I do wonder, given your strong feelings and the way in which he has been attacked in this way, and he is addressing it in various ways, it won't be the end of the story. You have endorsed traditionally third-party candidates, although you did endorse him for his run for governor. Do you intend to endorse the Harris-Walz ticket now?
Well, I'll tell you this. I met with Bobby Kennedy last winter. We met for 3 hours. Apparently, I came in second.
So this is the funny thing about Ventura, all right? He's pretty fucking base. He was governor of Minnesota. He was a independent candidate. He won governor as an independent, right? Even though, you know, independents aren't generally viable. I think the last independent to be viable in the presidential campaign would have been H. Ross Perot in, what would it be, 1992 or something? But either way, right? Ventura actually won in Minnesota. Now, he is a mixed bag, to say the least, right? He is a conspiracy theorist, right? He had a show called Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura, and I don't know which of the fucking, you know, like, the fact that he's so close to RFK, who I have a video about, right? My latest video is actually about Robert F. Kennedy and his attempts to skin a bear. His weird story about trying to skin a roadkill bear, trying to eat the meat of it, and might have something to do with the fact that he got a brainworm, all the exotic meats that he's eating. But we got a video explaining that if you want to check it out. It's on my channel. It's in the politics tab, or you can just click over to videos and you'll see it as the first video there. But either way, yeah, he was considering a run with RFK, but here he is. Well, we'll see how he feels about Tim Walz, right? Because he's about to make a major announcement here.
His woman Shanahan, his running mate.
Hope I'm not spoiling this for you.
Bobby's still a friend of mine, but I'll tell you where I stand right now.
Bobby.
I'm going to be selfish. A few years ago, I got the opportunity to see the United States elect its first black president. I didn't think that could ever happen, and they even re-elected him. Well, now I'm going to be selfish again. I've only got a few elections to go. I'm 73 years old now, so the window's closing. I want to be alive to see the first woman president of the United States of America and the first woman commander-in-chief, and we've got her right now.
Governor, thank you so much for sharing your views on this issue. I think a lot of people have been very interested to hear what you have said. So you are officially endorsing the Harris.
There we go. That's an endorsement.
Walz ticket, excuse me.
That's an endorsement.
Yes, I want to see a woman president. It's time for a woman president. We men have screwed it up enough. And you know what? Maybe we'll finally get some legitimate thing on the abortion issue. You know how to solve abortion? Hold men responsible. They're the ones ultimately responsible for all abortions. If you hold men responsible, then you'll see a big change.
So I'm not sure what he means. What would the policy prescription be for holding men responsible for abortions?
The abortion rules.
What does that mean to hold them responsible?
They're responsible for every abortion that could take place. They are the aggressor.
Well, look, I love the idea of not, demonizing women over issues like abortion, over, single motherhood, and recognizing that a lot of time it is women who take the blame for, the things that are perceived as society's ills, even though in this case we're talking about bodily autonomy, right? We're talking about a person's individual choice of what they do, in the case of an unplanned pregnancy, with a moral or an issue that people feel differently about, right? That people have different, beliefs about, and so in that case, it seems to me that the right person to make that decision is the pregnant person themselves.
Sex tells you that.
You mean in terms of the exception for rape?
There can't be a baby without a man's involvement. That's what I'm telling you. So
he's like trying to explain the birds and the bees, but still, I don't know what he's saying. Yeah, I know that, Jesse. I understand how pregnancy works. Thank you very much.
Until you hold the men responsible for impregnating women, you're not going to get any type of
basketball supremacy. Are you under the impression that Joe Biden is that the presidential race is between Joe Biden and Donald Trump? Because I may be the first to break this news to you, but Joe Biden has dropped out of the race, right? It is now a race between Kamala Harris with her vice presidential pick, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota. This is why we were watching Jesse Ventura. He had a comment about JD Vance's, attempt to essentially swift boat, accuse Tim Walz of stolen valor here. But yeah, the campaign is Kamala Harris and Tim Walz against Donald Trump and JD Vance. So sounds like you are talking about the state of the presidential race a month ago. I guess, it's understandable if you haven't heard the news, but that's the news. That's the news. It's not Biden anymore. Biden has dropped out. It is now a race between Kamala and Donald Trump. And of those two, I would say that Kamala Harris is definitely the more sound of mind, although not a perfect candidate. And you know, nobody that the Democrats would nominate, I don't think would be the candidate that I would choose. But you know, if we're talking about lesser of two evils, I'll go with Cop Mala over the felon.
Legitimate type of law passed. You got to hold men responsible for the pregnancies of women because they are the ones responsible, not the woman, the man.
It'll be interesting to see how people evaluate that. On the one hand, thinking about autonomy and agency over one's body, and also the notion of assigning responsibility on the other.
Well,
I'll be curious to see how that factors out.
Laura, you know what else I stand for?
What, Governor?
I don't stand for a minimum wage. I stand for a maximum wage. If you can't live on $1 million a month, something's wrong with you.
I love this guy. I love this guy.
Well, I'd like to sign up.
Now, obviously, I don't want to eliminate the minimum wage, and I don't think that's actually what he's saying, right? But he's talking about a maximum wage. He's talking about a hard. So back, I talked about this yesterday, right? I talked about this yesterday when we were covering Trump's speech. Back in like the 1950s, we had a Republican president, that being Dwight Eisenhower, and we had a top marginal tax rate, right? That is the tax rate that you pay on the top bracket of income. So in other words, you know, you're paying a little bit on your income, or very little to nothing on your income up to poverty. You're paying like a certain amount on your income from here to here, a certain amount from here to here, right? But when you get to the top marginal rate, right, the top rate of income, right, you're getting charged like 90-something% on that on any income over that amount. So when you get into the super high income, right, the rich were paying 90% of their income over the top marginal rate. And that is, you know, people would often talk about that as confiscatory would be the word that was used. But it also serves a purpose similar to what Jesse is saying. He actually wants a hard limit. So in other words, this would be a this would be a complete confiscation of income over a certain level. And again, he's right in terms of like what you actually need when people are starving, when people are barely getting by, when people are not able to support themselves, right? It's absurd to have people making enough money to own multiple yachts, multiple homes, you know, be able to wear our entire life on their fucking wrist as an expensive watch, right? That's kind of absurd and gruesome. So I get what he's saying. Again, not a lot of what he's saying is you know, directly, you know, he's not advocating, he's not translating this into a policy, right, to actually see this through, but point taken.
A year, what would you want for? What would you possibly need? The point I'm making is there shouldn't be any billionaires, and I'll tell you why. Because nobody works hard enough to get $1 billion. And my hardest job I ever did was going through Navy SEAL training, and I was making $4 a day. And you're going to tell me a billionaire worked harder than I did? Bull crap.
Is there anything more to say? Governor Jesse Ventura,
Nope.
Thank you so much for joining me this evening. I've been eager to hear your opinion, and I'm glad I heard it tonight.
All right, so there we go. There's the opinion of Jesse the Body Ventura. This is a former WWE wrestler, former Navy SEAL, former host of the show Conspiracy Theory, and still a conspiracy theorist as far as I know. Kind of a weird dude, but I like the cut of his jib. Is that how you say it? Is that how you say it, chat?
The military. I criticized his retirement decision, and most importantly, Dana, I criticized.
So again, chat, we still need to cover Westside Tyler versus President Sunday tonight. I'm trying to this is interesting stuff here, right? That we're seeing here. So I want to let this go a little bit longer. Don't let Hillary being garbage get you down. Oh, sorry, I'm reading somebody's talking to each other there. But yeah, we're gonna get to that in a second here. I'm looking at the poll right now. It looks like MAGA turns on Joe Rogan is in first place with 44%. Squid Tips versus Vosh in second place with 20%. Andrew Tate transvestigation. That's right. Right-wingers think that Andrew Tate might be trans. Who knows? Right? At 18%. And if Andrew Tate does turn out to be trans, then J.K. Rowling is not going to like Andrew Tate much because she's got a black mold symbiote, right? She's got the black mold is growing in her house and it's growing in her brain and it's causing her to be even more transphobic than normal. Over on the Shorts chat, we have 783 votes. MAGA turns on Joe Rogan's getting 52%. Andrew Tate getting transvestigated got 22%. J.K. Rowling and the mold symbiote got 15%. And Squid Tips versus Vosh at 11%. Okay, let me see if I'm missing any of the... oh, wait. So we got... yeah. The dono goal seems to be... We're at like 4%. Anyway, I'll go back to that. I want to watch a little bit more of this JD Vance shit. If you don't mind. But yeah, a little sparse on in terms of the donos today, right? Remember, we only get that bonus content if we hit that dono goal, and we are 4% there. So remember... When you donate, whether that donation takes the form of a super chat, a super sticker, whether you are getting yourself a membership on YouTube or you are donating memberships to other people, right? Remember to let me know which of these topics you want to see covered. Why did my chat summary... There we go. There we go. I can see it again. Let me know which of these subjects you want covered, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So it'll also help the dono goal go forward. Remember, we're at 4% right now. We still have 96% to make up. I haven't really been stressing that because I'm just so into this, covering this Project 2025 Donald Trump leak that's gone on. But yeah, there's still the bonus content to worry about. So let's watch a little bit more of JD Vance, and we'll turn over and we'll get into the President Sunday versus Westside Tyler content, right? Also, other things that make the dono goal go are donations to my Throne account. The link is right down there in the full scale stream. It's right up there in the short stream. Signups for Patreon count, any kind of sub for Twitch count as well, including gift subs. So if you gift any subs, if you get a sub for yourself to get out of that top of the hour ad break, remember to let me know which of these topics you want covered next, and we will finish out this JD Vance content.
His lying about his own record, okay? This is a guy who was captured on video saying, I carried a gun in war. He never went to war. This is a guy who's been captured on video. As other people say, he's an Afghanistan veteran. He's a veteran of a war, nodding along in agreement instead of saying, no, 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 I did serve my country and I did it honorably, but I never went to a war zone. I'm not criticizing Tim Walz's service. I'm criticizing the fact that he lied about his service for political gain, Dana. Now,
well, I would criticize the fact that you are splitting hairs with something that he said, and he's clarified this, and you're trying to make this, you're swift boating a guy, right? The fact that John Kerry had, was a veteran, unlike George W. Bush, who seems to have kind of dodged the draft in his own way himself in that election. The fact that the Republicans dispense with John Kerry by lying about his service is pretty fucking disingenuous. And you've got the same guy running Trump's campaign, so you're trying to do the same thing over again. You're being disingenuous. You're attacking a veteran. Obviously, I'm not in favor of the United States hegemonic war machine, right? But I do feel bad about the people that are exploited in the military, and I do think that attacking him over just like a hair you're trying to split with one of his statements is pretty fucking disingenuous. And I feel like Jesse the Body Ventura put the smackdown on you and laid bare what an absolute, what an absolute weasel. Yes, that's right. You're kind of a weasel, dude. You're a bit of a weasel. You're a bit of a weasel and nobody likes you.
in the United States Marine Corps, and you know this. And look, there are a lot of things that I'm proud about. I've never lied about what I did or overstated it because it would be beneficial to me in an election. I think that's what Tim Walz did. That's what I was criticizing. And yes, I do think it's scandalous behavior.
You talked about one of the things that he said, weapons of war. He was talking in a campaign stop about, he was trying to talk about gun control.
Sure.
And he said, weapons of war I carried in war. I will say that the Harris-Walz campaign did say that the governor misspoke there.
Sure.
Do you accept that?
He misspoke. Another word is that he lied about it, and he didn't correct the record for 15 years until he was put under political pressure.
Another word for it would be that 15 years ago, he wasn't running for president, asshole. 15 years ago, what is that, 2009? He would have been in Congress.
Pressure because I called it out, Dana. Whatever you want to call it, a misspeaking or a lie, I think Tim Walz should have to correct the record. Now, you pointed out a soldier who defended his service. There have been a number of soldiers who served with Tim Walz who have criticized him on the exact same grounds that I have because it's not...
That sounds kind of like the Swift Boat Veterans for Truth to me, my friend. And considering that you've got the architect of that smear campaign against John Kerry as the head of the Trump campaign, I would say that that is the playbook that you're going from. I would say that if anybody's dishonoring, you know, I mean, some call it sacrifice. I would call it exploitation that happens to, you know, working Americans convinced to go into the military. It's you. It's you, you fake hillbilly.
Right to misstate or to embellish what you've done, and I think that's what he did.
And on the question of when he left the National Guard, he filed his election paperwork February 10th, 2005. That was a month before the National Guard even announced that it was possible that they would deploy to Iraq, and it ended up being 2 months. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork.
But on CNN last night, Dana, one of the people who was actually in charge of him said they knew they were going to deploy to Iraq in February of 2004, or excuse me, fall of 2004.
Again, Jesse Ventura already put this shit to bed. Right? He was not going to see combat.
So he knew he was going to Iraq. He decided to quit, to retire, whatever word you want to use.
What a weird thing to say, to be like to invalidate somebody retiring, and he retired so he could run for Congress. On the idea that somehow like he's running away from combat when you are running with Donald Bone Spurs Trump. You're running, look, if you got a problem with Tim Walz, all right, for retiring before his unit is deployed, you know, like accusing him of knowing that this is going to happen, accusing him of knowing that the National Guard is going to be misused by that scumbag, George W. Bush, like that, in his failed war on terror, in his absolute bloodbath that he caused in Iraq, right? Then you've got to explain draft dodging Donald Trump. Your running mate has more of an issue with running from potential deployment than fucking Walz does.
Retire.
Because he wanted to run for Congress. He lied about that. He said that when he decided to retire, he did not know that he was going to Iraq. That is another untruth, as even his senior...
Wait, I'm trying to work back in my brain here. Walz is now 60 years old. It's 2024. We're talking about 2009. That is 15 years ago. You're talking about a 45-year-old.
Military officer said. So again, I'm not criticizing...
You're talking about an E9. You're talking about somebody that is never going to see combat in the fucking... at all, right? And you're accusing him of what? Cowardice? When you're running with Donald Bone Spurs Trump? When you're running with a rich, privileged son of a bitch that dodged the fucking draft while other kids died in his place in Vietnam? No, I'm sorry, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that, Vance.
Service. I'm criticizing the dishonesty spoken in favor and for the purpose of political benefit. And I think that the most important thing here, Dana, is it goes to Kamala Harris's judgment. Tim Walz is ultimately going to be the vice president. Kamala Harris is in great health. I'm sure she's going to be president if she wins for 4 or maybe even 8 years. Why did Kamala Harris choose a person who has lied about their military service? I think that is a serious lapse.
She did it on purpose because she hates the military. Is that what you're going for? Is that what you want me to say? Yeah, that's it. That's it. You got it, JD. You fucking got it, bro. You got it.
Judgment. And I don't want to hear from.
And you choosing to run with Donald Trump was because you fucking hate the Vietnam veterans, I guess. I don't know.
Campaign spokesperson of Kamala Harris. I want to hear Kamala Harris herself address what I just said.
You know, I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you serve with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years.
Dana, I'm not interested in the ad hominem. I've heard from a lot of veterans groups.
Ad hominem? Excuse me? You're the motherfucker trying to swift boat Tim Walz. You want to talk about ad hominems?
Who criticized Tim Walz. The question.
No, an ad hominem would be if I said you can't vote for JD Vance because he fucked a couch. That's what an ad hominem is, just to be clear on that. Just to be 100% clear on that.
He said he served in war, and he didn't. That is a dishonesty. I couldn't care less what one or the other person says.
That is you nitpicking about words to try to find something to claw onto to save your failing campaign. Because you, Donald Trump, and MAGA are going down. America's sick of you. They're tired of you. They don't want your bullshit anymore. Your reality show's getting canceled.
About it, I care about
your guy. Yesterday, we watched it yesterday. I think it was earlier this week, right? But he compared his January 6th speech. He compared his January 6th crowd to Martin Luther King to try to flex on MLK and say, well, I actually had more people than MLK did. My January 6th speech was awesome. Like, yeah, no, dude, you're going down. You're cooked. You're done. Give it up.
What the truth is. The truth is that Tim Walz didn't tell the truth. And importantly, Dana, this is about Kamala Harris's judgment.
The truth is that this is the best you've got. You've got nothing.
And I think that when you ask, why has Kamala Harris allowed the border to be wide open? Why has Kamala Harris supported policies that have promoted the increase in inflation? I think it goes to the heart of her judgment. And I think that that's what we should be talking about.
Look, you can't say that shit anymore. All right? Joe Biden's policy is Donald Trump's policy. For better or for worse. I think for worse. I think that's a failure. I think that is a failure. A failure of courage of Biden. And yeah, she's part of that administration. I mean, she didn't make the choice, but you know, she's going to have to distance herself from that policy if she disagrees with that, right? The policy that you were pushing, that Trump was pushing, that the Republicans were pushing, right? In Congress, Joe Biden said, I agree with you, Jack. Send that bill on into the Senate. I'll make it sure it gets through and I'll sign it and it'll be law. And Donald Trump changed his mind. Donald Trump, who was saying before, you got to pass this thing so that the Democrats can vote against it. We can run against them and say they're they don't want to deal with the border, right? Joe Biden fucking caved in on that shit, said, let's do this. Let's do your plan. We'll do your bill. And Donald Trump said, no, it was never about policy. It was never about immigration. Remember, Donald Trump's the guy that caused a lot of the immigration in his sanctions, in his punitive sanctions on Venezuela that caused the immiseration of that country, that drove a lot of that immigration, right? But you'll never hear that from the media. You'll never hear them place the blame where it actually belongs. You'll never hear them talk about the fact that we still don't have a pathway to citizenship. You'll never have them talk about the insufficient, asylum judges, right? But yeah, Joe Biden signed on to your shit, and you said, fuck no. You said, oh no, we weren't serious. That was performative. Donald Trump doesn't want the policy. He wants the issue. He is a craven, swamp-ass, corrupt politician. And you signed on to him after calling him America's Hitler.
about.
One last question. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He received a medical draft deferment for bone spurs to avoid serving in the Vietnam War, reportedly as a favor to his father. Do you find that shameful, too?
I think that Donald Trump didn't serve in the military, but he didn't lie about it, Dana. I've known Donald Trump for a long time.
You don't think
He didn't. He dodged the draft. That's the word for that. That's what he did. As a rich person, he called in favors and he got himself out of that, while other kids his age went to Vietnam and died. That is what Trump did. That is what that fucking coward, that spoiled little brat with a silver spoon in his mouth fucking did.
Honors our
So you
veterans.
think he had
honors me
bone
for my
spurs?
service. Donald Trump didn't lie about serving in the military. He didn't say that he went to.
He lied about his bone spurs. How about that? He made up a false reason for him not to be drafted. That's what he did. That's what draft dodging is, right?
Vietnam when he didn't.
He used his fucking privilege as a son of privilege, as the literal embodiment of the Creedence Clearwater Revival song Fortunate Son, to get himself out of that fucking bloodbath that was the Vietnam War that never should have fucking happened. A war supposedly fought against communism, fought against people who did not want a puppet government installed on them. The continuation of the French colonial conflict in Indochina. And no, Donald Trump had somebody poorer than him go die in his place. And he lied. And he said he had bone spurs. And he called in favors. So that's the guy that you're defending when you're attacking Waltz.
This
Wonderful.
I don't criticize anybody, whether they served our country.
No, your running mate is the problem, right? Donald Trump exemplifies the problem in this country. He exemplifies the entitlement of the capitalist class. He is that guy. He is that scumbag. He is that swamp. He is the corrupter of politicians before he became a corrupt politician himself.
I think it's honorable to serve, but obviously a lot of people have reasons for not serving. I criticize somebody for embellishing their record.
Like lies about bone spurs, like the fact that they're too rich to have to serve, that like the fact that somebody poorer than them should go and die in the miserable conditions in Vietnam for a cause that was doomed from the very beginning on some weird theory of a domino effect.
For lying, saying I went to war. Dana, do you think that it's a problem that he said I went to war, but he didn't actually? That seems to be a problem to me.
Well, they've corrected that.
I think you're putting words in his mouth too.
They've corrected it by admitting that
Let's
he lied.
move on to another important issue to voters, and
Please.
that is the issue of abortion.
Why does CNN have so many digital glitches in it? You see what I'm saying, Chad? There's like a lot of it's this bad. I don't know what causes that, Chad. None of my YouTube videos have this problem. Why does CNN have a problem like this?
Forward for a new book by Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts
Sure.
of Project 2025. Project 2025, among many other things, calls for rolling back approval of the abortion drug mifepristone. Donald Trump told me during the debate that he would not block the drug. And on Thursday, when he was asked, he didn't rule it out. So which is it?
Well, look, Dana, first of all, Project 2025 is not affiliated with the Trump campaign. Kevin Roberts.
It's affiliated with you. You are ass deep in Project 2025, right? In fact, if you look at this guy, right, and you look at his paymaster, Peter Thiel, you look at the way that tech bros run their businesses in Silicon Valley, you will see a striking similarity between the way that they want Donald Trump empowered to be dictator on day one and the way that a Silicon Valley business is run, right? These are people like Curtis freaking Yarvin who want a monarchy, who want an executive to rule like a freaking king with no impediments, with no guardrails.
Is a friend of mine, but I wouldn't say that he speaks for the president in the same way I wouldn't say that he speaks for me. Now, what Donald Trump has said is that he respects the Supreme Court's opinion on the mifepristone ruling.
But let me just stop you right there.
Please.
The Supreme Court, you're a lawyer, so you know this better than I.
Sure.
The Supreme Court, all they did was say that what came to them didn't have standing. So they let it stand. A real question, a substantive question, hasn't made it to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, chat, the authors of Project 2025 have been revealed, and there is a uncanny correspondence between the people responsible for that document and the Trump administration. These are Trump administration officials. These are people that worked on the transition team. These are people that worked on the campaign. These are people connected to Donald Trump.
So my question for you is whether or not a
Don't let Donald Trump his way out of this, right? He is connected to this shit.
administration would allow mifepristone to continue to be sent around the country.
Well, President Trump won the nomination of the Republican Party. He said it to you, and he said it repeatedly, that his goal is not to block mifepristone, it's to let states make the decision on abortion policy.
Donald Trump is responsible for the reversal of precedent that nullifies Roe versus Wade. Donald Trump has nominated the corrupt individuals to the Supreme Court who made that fucking change. Donald Trump has his fingerprints all over the Trump abortion ban afflicting much of the country right now. And Donald Trump has also said that he, at various times, that he wants a national abortion ban. He is trying to back away from that. He's trying to Homer Simpson his way back into the bushes and pretend that he never fucking says that. But he did that. And we have every reason to believe that he's willing to facilitate a further clampdown on reproductive rights.
Now, of course, that does mean, Dana, we have to be honest about this, that California might have less restrictive rules than Ohio, which might have less restrictive rules than Alabama. I think what President Trump is really trying to do on the abortion question is really admirable. And
I think that what he's trying to do is boil the freaking frog, right? Give you a situation where, hey, if you're in a blue state, maybe your rights don't get curtailed as much, right? If you're in a state that like Ohio, that passes a referendum against the abortion ban, right? Maybe you know that gets rolled back if you're in a state like Kansas. But you got to recognize that you're out of step with the whole country, not just the blue states, right? Ohio's not with you on this. You are going to lose your campaign based on this issue.
I wish the press was a little bit more honest about it. He's saying we've had a 50-year culture war over abortion, where unfortunately this issue has just divided the country, and he wants to provide some ground for us to come together, for states.
We have consensus in the decision, complicated as it may be, of what to do of whether to terminate a pregnancy. We have a consensus that the person that decides that question should be the pregnant person, right? This is not everybody believes that, not everybody, you know, there are people, what I'm trying to say is that there are people who do not believe that terminating a pregnancy is right, would not ever terminate a pregnancy themselves, but still believe in the right of the pregnant person to make that choice. That is the consensus that we have come to as a nation. This culture war, as you call it, is over, and your side has lost. Unfortunately for you, though, y'all evangelicals are the dog that caught the car, right? You achieved your policy goal by repealing Roe versus Wade. Through the most corrupt and illegitimate Supreme Court possibly in the history of the country, you achieved that goal, and now you will deal with the consequences, which will be electoral failure for your candidates who are rightly blamed, who are correct, including and especially Donald Trump, who nominated the individuals who flipped that decision. That is on you, and you're not wriggling your way out of that. You're not going to weasel your way out. This
dingus gambit
has failed. And in the words of President Sunday, who we're about to get to after this, this is going real bad for you, bud. This is going bad. In the words of Tipster,
On that issue, a few months ago, on the question, his position, which you've adopted, is it is up to the states. I spoke to a woman named Kate Cox. She lives in Texas.
Sure.
She was 20 weeks pregnant. her fetus was diagnosed with a disease called, it was a deadly genetic condition called trisomy 18. She said that carrying the pregnancy, she was told this by her doctors, to term, if the fetus even survived, would hurt her chances for having more children, which she and her husband desperately wanted. Why is not allowing her to end—
Cry harder, Bradley? Look, I'll cry for the pregnant people that are stuck in an impossible situation there. This is what she's describing, all right? I'll cry for the rape victims forced to carry their rapist pregnancy to term, okay? But I will not cry about the politics of this issue, because Bradley, the politics are going south for Trump. The politics are going south for you. Right? You're going to be the one that is crying come November. And you'll see what happens when you actually achieve a policy goal that is so fucking unpopular. By the time the American people had come to this consensus to say, you know what? It's a complicated fucking issue. Everybody feels different about it. But the person to make that decision should be the person with the pregnancy. Right? This is bad timing for Trump. This is bad timing for you. This is bad timing for MAGA. And this is going to spell its undoing. And I will not cry any tears for Donald James Trump. Donald John Trump, whatever his fucking initial is.
And that pregnancy helpful or supportive of expanding families like you want it to be?
Well, first of all, Dana, my heart breaks for this woman. I don't know her personally. I've certainly heard the story, and our heart breaks for her. And we want people to have healthy, happy families. And it's extremely unfortunate that sometimes, you know, medicine, the act of God, whatever happens, it just doesn't work out. And what the president has said, I think, very clearly is that he is not trying to prevent women who have non-viable pregnancies from getting access to the medical care that they need.
But allowing the states to decide, a place like Texas, which has very strict laws now, doesn't allow a Kate Cox to end a pregnancy that is fatal and could potentially hurt her ability to have more kids.
But what President Trump has said is that we are going to let voters make these decisions. And again, Texas might have a view that President Trump disagrees with. They might have a view that President Trump agrees with, but you've got to let the voters make these decisions.
So you're comfortable with that law in Texas?
I'm not comfortable with anything, Dana, because I'm not passing judgment on what these laws should be. You ask me my own—
You're being a fucking coward. Say it with your chest, JD Vance. You're a forced birther. You're a forced pregnancy person. You want to force pregnant people to carry the pregnancy to term.
Personal view, I campaigned against an Ohio referendum, but I think that we have to let voters decide. And when they speak their mind, you have to be respectful. Agree or disagree with—
You are a handmaiden for a world that looks awful lot like The Handmaid's Tale.
Voters decide, they're going to make these decisions.
Welcome back to State of the Union. Here's more of my interview.
What an absolute douche.
GOP Vice Presidential nominee JD Vance.
You got to ask him about the couch.
Is doing a project.
That's what America wants to know about. We want to know about that couch.
To voters all over swing states. He talked to Republican voters in the critical swing state, must win, I would say, swing state of Pennsylvania.
Of course.
One of them, Carol Carty, said she was almost a childless dog lady because she didn't happen to meet the right person until she was 40 years old. Another—
Oh God.
Was
we're gonna talk about the cat ladies now.
Offended that you don't think she has a stake.
Look, there's one rule of the internet. All right, some of you in Shorts chat may know this. Do you know about the rules of the internet? Shorts chat. One in chat. If you understand, if you know the rules of the internet, right? The first rule of the motherfucking internet is do not fuck with cats. Not even Doom music makes that okay. And JD Vance has violated that rule. You fucked with cats, JD. Now feel the wrath.
The future of the country because she doesn't have children. What do you say to key voters like that? Republicans, swing voters.
Sure.
Who are put off by your views?
Well, what I would say, Dana, is if you look at what I said in context, the Harris campaign has frankly lied about what I actually said. I'm pro-family. I want us to have more families, and obviously sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes for medical reasons, sometimes because you don't meet the right person. But the point is that our country has become anti-family in its public policy. Let me just give you an example of this. So after our second child was born, my wife and I, we have 3 little kids. After our second child was born, we get the baby home from the hospital. We get this ridiculous out-of-network medical bill that is financially shocking, and we're pretty well off. And that happened because we have ridiculous laws in this country that are anti-family. I've sponsored legislation to try to fix things like that so moms and dads don't get these surprise medical bills. I think it's important for us to be pro-family. That's all that I've ever said.
If you want to be pro-family, I want to, because you do criticize, as you just did, the Democratic Party for being anti-family.
I do.
You called out Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg in particular. Kamala Harris has 2 stepchildren. Pete Buttigieg and his husband have adopted twins. Do you recognize them as parents and more broadly as being part of families?
Well, of course I do, Dana. I mean, you know my life.
Of course I do. Liar.
I was actually raised. I was raised, but Dana, I was raised. I mean, one of the.
Nobody knows your life story, JD Vance. You fucking flip on a dime. You called Trump America's Hitler, and now you are running as his vice president. What does that make you, Goebbels? I don't know, Chad. I don't know enough about the Nazi command structure to tell you what Nazi JD Vance would be if Trump is America's Hitler.
First people that I gave a hug to after my RNC convention speech was my stepmom, who's been an incredibly important person in my life.
So she's not childless.
My kids call her Mamaw. Of course she's not childless, but again,
you called her that.
The criticism, I certainly did not call my own stepmother childless.
Kamala Harris.
I criticized Kamala Harris for being part of
this guy is a weasel. He's dodging.
Set of ideas that exists in American leadership that is anti-family. I never, Dana, criticize people for not having kids. I criticize people.
I criticize them for having cats. Yeah, there we go.
Anti-child,
You're anti-cat, motherfucker. Explain that.
I think that Kamala Harris
you think she's
has made some bizarre.
You're anti-cat and you fuck couches.
She has said things like it's reasonable not to have children over climate change. I think that's the exact opposite message we should be sending to our young families. I want to expand the child tax credit. I want to stop those surprise medical bills. I want to make housing more affordable.
We need a fact check on that. I don't even know.
So if you have a young family, you can actually afford to put them in a home. And I think that it is unfortunate that so much of our public leadership has become anti-family. One final point on this, Dana. If you go back to the COVID era, one thing that really frustrated me
do you really want to do that? Do you want to go back to 2020? Because that is the one subject that Donald Trump has tried to erase. That is the one topic that he will not talk about. He will talk about his presidential term. He will brag about his presidential term from the years of 2017 to 2019. But when it comes to 2020, you get the feeling that somebody else was president then. He does not want to talk about that year.
Motivated some of these comments is we were at a point where we were kicking kids out of school. We were masking.
Kicking kids out of school. You are forcing kids to become infected with a fucking a novel virus. Let's say it the correct way. Let's be real about this, right? Those kids were not volunteering to go and be infected.
3-year-olds and putting the masks back on them, even as they were trying to rip them off at school. I think that if we had more people who took the right perspective and had a little bit more understanding of how little kids actually operate, we would not have made so many of those mistakes during COVID.
That's a whole nother conversation because
no,
people
it's
didn't
related
know.
To this
because people didn't know as much because it was literally a novel virus.
But Danny, you asked me about okay. You've now asked me 3 questions about comments that I made 3 years ago. I wonder what Kamala Harris.
He would love to forget that shit.
About the fact that she supported policies that opened the American southern border. I wonder what Kamala Harris thinks about the fact that she lied to the American people about Joe Biden's middle facility for the office. You are interviewing.
Well, ironically enough, he's criticizing the Biden administration for rolling back COVID era policy. Right now, I feel like that's a weird thing to say, right? COVID era, as if it's gone. As if we didn't just have a president afflicted with COVID, as if we don't have like a disturbing number of new infections this summer, right? And summer is not really the time that this virus is supposed to be taking hold, right? This thing didn't get dealt with. This thing didn't get acknowledged. Trump kept on saying, and I showed you, it's going to spontaneously go away. It'll disappear. It'll disappear in April. It'll disappear. It hasn't fucking disappeared. It's 4 years later. It's 4 years later and it's still with us. And we had horrible leadership during the year of 2020. And I think that that has something to do with the deleterious effects suffered by this country, its economy, and actually the globe, the world, right? We're talking about not inflation that just hit the United States because Joe Biden is a super meanie butt and wants you to pay more for groceries. We're talking about inflation that hit the whole fucking world, right? And who was president at that time? Who was making those decisions? Oh, that's right, America's Hitler. As JD Vance said himself, America's Hitler, Donald Trump.
Because I respect the American.
He does have fucking bodies, and they are very much related to COVID.
I appreciate that.
Kamala Harris has been the nominee for 3 weeks. She hasn't sat down for a real interview.
Believe me, we are asking. You're not going to get a disagreement there.
But the point is, Dana, you've got me for 15 minutes or however long you have me. We should be talking about public policies that matter. How are we going to lower inflation? How are we going to reduce the cost of food and housing? How are we going to close down that southern border? We've talked so little about that. We've talked a lot more about a sarcastic remark I made 3 years ago. I think we should talk about the issues that most Americans care about.
I only asked you one question about that. I asked you about policies, and I was asking about the military record that you brought up, nobody else did, of Tim Walz. One last question. This is on policy.
Please.
The Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Donald Trump said this week that he feels strongly that the president should have at least a say when it comes to the Federal Reserve and how to handle interest rates. Do you agree that a president should direct the Federal Reserve on how to handle interest rates?
Well, not direct. That's not what he said. He said the president should have a say, but one.
What does that fucking mean, though? What does that mean? The president can already put pressure on the Federal Reserve. I believe that Donald Trump did this a few times, right?
I absolutely agree with what he said.
Right now, the president doesn't.
So the issue, the conflict of interest here is, chat, every president wants to have a good economy, all right? Now, changing interest rates has two effects that I'm going to talk about right now, right? One is that it loosens up money. It allows, more people to borrow money to get loans, etc. Right? So it has a stimulatory effect on the economy. The other effect that lowering interest rate has is potentially causing inflation. Now, that inflation doesn't happen immediately. That inflation is a lagging indicator. So a president, especially in their latter half of their terms, might be motivated if they have a say in the interest rates. That might be motivated to encourage a cut in rates, even because they're not going to be the one who's presiding over the economy that experiences that inflation. And with Donald Trump, this is really an issue because he's disingenuously decided to blame the results of policies that he put into place on Joe Biden. And this is a real problem in our, in terms of our elections. Is there's this misperception that a economy that a president presides over is a direct result of their policy, even before they start to make policy, right? So things that, there's a lot that goes into how an economy goes, right? Some of it is in the control of of the government. Some of it is not. Some of it is, things that the acts that the president might take. Some of it is acts of Congress or even in some cases, the judiciary, right? But we have the sense of like, well, yeah, let's look at your 4 years, right? Let's judge you by those 4 years. And then you're basically giving Donald Trump credit for the Obama economy. You're blaming Obama for some of the decisions that George Bush made, even though I think that Obama does have some culpability when it comes to the handling of the financial crisis.
Have a say.
Well, the president has a say.
But yeah, it's a kind of delusion that goes on in electoral politics, and it's really easy to fall for.
In the sense that the president appoints the Federal Reserve governors, but he's saying, to be clear, President Trump is saying, I think, something that's really important and actually profound, which is that the political leadership of this country should have more say over the monetary policy of this country. I agree with him. That should fundamentally be a political decision. Agree or disagree, we should have America's elected leaders.
Well, again, this is the Project 2025 guy. He doesn't want a president. He wants a monarch. You can literally read this in the favorite blogger and the favorite philosopher of his paymaster, Peter Thiel, right? This is Curtis Yarvin, who talks about monarchy. Now, he doesn't literally mean monarchy. He doesn't literally want to put a crown on Donald Trump's head, although I'm sure he would if he could. But what he means is that he wants the country to be governed more like a Silicon Valley business, right? In Silicon Valley, there's a common practice where the CEO holds sway over the board of directors, and therefore, instead of having some checks and balances there, where they've got to deal with the board of directors, you've got a CEO that's in control of that, right? That is how they see these tech bros. That is how they want the country running. And nominating, getting Donald Trump to nominate JD Vance is the first step in giving Silicon Valley autonomy over the country, right? This is, this is the guy that would replace Donald Trump going into president as the oldest president ever, as the oldest, candidate for president, right? This is the guy that would replace him. Peter Thiel's guy, Peter Thiel's puppet. This is the Silicon Valley gargoyle that they want to put in power.
Having input about the most important decisions confronting our country.
That would be a huge change, just so people understand
that. It would be a huge change, but whether the country goes to war, what our interest rates are, these are important questions that American democracy should have important answers for. And I think all President Trump is saying is that, look, it's kind of weird that you have so many bureaucrats making so many important decisions. If the American people don't like our interest rate policy...
So again, when he says bureaucrats, he's mostly talking about civil servants. And he's complaining about a separation of power. He's arguing for a unitary, executive, essentially, like even more, than, I mean, you're already seeing the groundwork of this being laid by Supreme Court decisions that say that if a president is, making an official act, then he's not legally culpable for that act.
They should elect somebody
legally culpable for a crime committed.
To change that policy. Nothing should be above democratic debate in this country when it comes to the big questions confronting the United States.
Okay, one last question.
Please.
And I can't believe I have to ask you this, but I do, because Donald
Is it about the couch?
Trump has been attacking Kamala Harris's racial identity.
He has not been, but ask your question.
Well, he literally has. He literally will not allow her to he's questioning whether she can be, black and Indian, which of course she can. She is, right? But trying to make this out to be that, that she's just picking and choosing or something, like, I don't even know.
He questioned her racial identity. He said a number of years ago she happened to turn black. Her father is Jamaican. Do you believe Kamala Harris is black?
I believe that Kamala Harris is whatever she says she is, but I believe importantly that President Trump is right that she's a chameleon. She pretends to be...
There we go. More fucking racism. From the party of racism.
Pretends to be something different in front of another audience. Look, Dana...
From the party that admitted to a Southern strategy. From a party that admitted that they were gunning for the racist former Democratic voters after civil rights.
He's not running a political campaign.
Yeah, Shady Vance indeed. Again, thank you, Omega, for the gift sub. Looks like Raven G, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
She's running a movie. She only speaks to voters behind a teleprompter. Everything is scripted. She doesn't have her policy positions out there. She hasn't answered why she wanted to ban fracking, but now she doesn't. She wanted to fund police, but now she doesn't. She wanted to open the border.
I feel like CNN's got some questions to answer about their video quality. Like, what is up with this? Why is it that I can put up decent videos and they can't?
But now she doesn't. She should have to answer for why she presents a different set of policies to one audience and a different set of policies to another audience. And I think that's what President Trump is getting at. This is a fundamentally fake person. She's different depending on who she's in front of.
With respect, you changed your position on an important thing, which is Donald Trump.
Of course I did.
And so why are you not a chameleon?
I thought he was Hitler, but I was completely wrong. He's actually Jesus.
Because, Dana, I've explained to the American people.
I now understand that Donald Trump is the Son of Man. We must worship him and praise him.
Facts change, they should. But if you want to be the people's vice president or president, you should have to stand before an interviewer and say, this is why I changed my mind. So to everybody who's seen...
He was convicted for our sins.
...criticize Donald Trump since he asked the question, here are two things...
You didn't just criticize him. You said he could be America's Hitler.
Well, that's a criticism, and I didn't say...
That is a pretty serious criticism. That is the kind of criticism that were I, as a person on the left, who make a person like you, JD Vance, might say... that I call everyone Hitler. So JD Vance, I ask you, why do you call everyone Hitler?
That exactly, but set that to the side. What I said about Donald Trump and what I believed about
Set that to the motherfucking side, he says.
two things.
Set that to the side. Jesus Christ. Yo, no, I only called him Hitler. I mean, there's a small criticism. I meant Hitler in a good way.
First of all, I didn't think Donald Trump would be a good president. He was a great president. Wages were rising. The world was...
It turns out Hitler is really fucking good, according to this guy. According to this guy.
He would start World War III. He brought more...
What am I on about? You asked the Republican Party what they're on about. These people are fucking messianic for Donald Trump.
Peace to the world than any president.
I am quoting your own fucking side, bud.
Of my lifetime. The second thing, Dana, is I believed, and I'm ashamed of it. I believed...
You explain this QAnon nuttery. Please explain.
The media lies about Donald Trump in 2016. I believe that he said things like, for example, the media said Donald Trump accused all Mexicans of being rapists and criminals. You actually look at what he said, he did not say that at all. And I think it's important when you see something, you change your mind, and that's all I've done. And my pitch to the American people would be, I imagine a lot of folks who are thinking about voting for Donald Trump in 2024, maybe they've bought in to the media lies about him. Think for yourself.
That's right. The media brainwashed you into thinking he was Hitler, but now you realize he's actually Jesus.
Look at what he actually said, and I think you'll find that he's a very engaging guy.
All right, chat. Look, I've promised you.
We play him and we let him speak for himself, and so
The media made him. Let's be real. Right? The media made him. Donald Trump is a good story. Donald Trump is ratings, right? And the media created him.
people are getting exactly.
I'm not accusing you of lying,
no, I know,
Dana.
I
You
know.
know I like you, but
No,
the
I know
media
you're not.
lies from time to
I
time
know you're
about
not, but
Donald Trump.
people hear him for him.
Yeah, I believe somebody said that. Who was it was talking about the lying press, the lying media? Oh, it was Hitler. It was literally Hitler. It was, maybe JD Vance was right.
Last question.
Please.
Are you going to debate Tim Walz?
Of course. I want to debate Tim Walz. I think it's important, and I think that it goes to a very
Bro, you're going to get cooked. You're going to get fucking cooked.
fundamental difference between the Trump-Vance ticket and our opposition. We believe in talking to the media. We believe in answering questions. We believe in debating. I think it's really important.
It's really funny that you're saying that, because before you were saying that Joe Biden and now Kamala Harris aren't getting the crowds that you're getting. Now that she's going to the same stadiums, the same venues as Donald Trump, she's actually packing the stadiums and he's got empty seats, right? Now you're saying she won't do media. She won't do interviews. Which fucking is it? Which fucking is it? Because she's doing, yeah, she, like, I don't know. She's getting massive crowds right now. I don't know. I feel like she should stick with that.
Look, I'm asking the American people to make me their vice president. It's really important to stand before the American people to make that case, and I'm going to keep on doing it in whatever forum I get the opportunity.
And Donald Trump is going to flex press conferences where he compares himself to MLK, where he says that January 6th had a bigger crowd than the I Have a Dream speech, which is not true, and in a kind of weird way to flex on MLK, trying to mog MLK for whatever reason. Like, yeah, these people are cooking themselves. This is, electoral self-harm that they're doing. And, well, I mean, we're seeing what the consequences are. Kamala Harris is up in the general election. Kamala Harris is up in the electoral college. And she is coasting to a convention, to another convention bump. And yeah, that honeymoon that she's on is not going to end until apparently, what is it? Just it's August 25th, I believe, is the end of the Democrat. No, is it 24th, 25th, something like that, right? End of the Democratic convention, and we'll see what happens after that. But yeah, we got precious little time in between the end of August and the beginning of November, which is the election itself. Things are not looking good for Donald Trump. Things are not looking good for JD Vance. Things are not looking good for us as far as time, chat, because we've got a date, not with Destiny, but with President Sunday and with Westside Tyler. And so now, Shorts chat, unless you want to come over to join the stream with the rest of us, I bid you adieu now, all right? I will give you the magical link if you want to come over to Twitch. You can stay where you are, but we're going to end the short stream we are going to go into the, I don't know, better half, the second half, whatever you want to call it, right, of the stream, and we're going to be talking about some commentary stuff. If you're interested in that, if you want to see what this drama is all about, because this is quite the drama that we got, right? We're going to go through some shit, right? You may or may not recognize these names, but I'm going to talk about these people, President Sunday and Westside Tyler. And I think that if you stick around, you'll find that it's actually pretty interesting. So here we go. I am giving you the here. I gotta. So yeah, it looks like let's take a look in at the vote. 1,075 votes. 54% of you are voting for MAGA turns on Joe Rogan. 21% of you are voting for Andrew Tate gets transvestigated. 15% for J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote, and 11% for Squid Tips versus Vosh. So I'll keep that in mind. We'll try to average those out with the other live stream. We are now at what? We're at 10% of the dono goal. That is not exactly auspicious, but again, stranger things that have happened, and I have every faith in you, chat, to hit that dono goal by the end of the stream. We're going to end the short stream, and it's going to magically redirect you to the full scale, the full screen stream. If you want to stick around and see what we're talking about next, you're welcome to. I will actually redirect you right to that. So you can either click on that link right now to get in there, or you can just, I think it'll just automatically raid you into it. So anyway, I'm going to hit the end of the stream right now, and we're going to go to the commentary portion of our channel. All right, there we go, and it's gonna magically, watch this, chat. Let's see how this works. Let's see if I did it right. Right now, this is I gotta thank Narwhal by Nature. Omega Star says Taint is my pick. I will put your money where your mouth is. Let's see. So let's go over here. We gotta hit this button. Yo! Oh my God, chat! You remember this? This is all the subs that I got, you know, when I was in the others. There we go. All right, so Andrew Tate transvestigation is up to 8%. I don't even know, chat. I don't even know. So let's take a look and see how this works, right? We should be seeing a market increase.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
It's 12 a.m. here, and I'm here for drama. Yeah, indeed. We got the drama frogs in chat. All right, so okay, cool. It didn't last forever like it did last time. Last time I got like 500 subs, 500 new subs. We're definitely getting the numbers over there. We had 800 in that stream. Today, some of you are showing up for the first time in my full scale stream, right? I look a little different in this version. But yeah, we're about getting ready to talk about little drama between a guy named President Sunday. Here, let's like change this over. Let me grab Sunday, our good friend of the VOD, President Sunday. Yo, look at that! Look at that line. Line go up, chat, and I like to see it. So yeah, I am preparing the second portion of the stream. That's gonna be some drama. That's gonna be some commentary. That's going to be some weird stuff going on between streamers, because I don't know, chat. I don't know if you know this, but streamers are weird people. There's some weird people out there, okay? We're talking about Demon Mama. We're talking about Westside Tyler. We're talking about President Sunday. And they're all weird people. Hell, I'm a weird person too. Did I not save this to my... Really? Thought for sure. So who is President Sunday? Well, the best way I can show you that is not that. Not that. Wait, did I get rid of this or something? Oh, there it is. There it is. There we go. This is President Sunday on a bikini. This is what he looks like at the beach, at least, chat. This is what he'll be wearing this summer. The official garment, the official summer wardrobe of the President Sunday fan club, the Squid Gang, as it were. I think that's what they call themselves.
Because it was so peaceful.
Yo.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
All right, I'm trying to pull him up here.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Here we go. So this was actually some fucking prime drama last night. I don't know, kind of compelling. Look at this guy. He looks boring as fuck, doesn't he? Why are we watching this guy? You will see. You will see exactly why we're watching this guy. This is Sunbo. This is my president. My President Sunday. El Presidente himself, right? Drinking his, I don't know. He's probably drinking an adult beverage. This is like a late night stream. It looks like from the lighting or lack thereof in his room. He's going to be talking about the situation with Westside Tyler. This all came about from the issue with Westside Tyler made a video essay talking about Demon Mama and some of the weird stuff that goes on in her community. The fact that she had an underage person running her channel, and from this person's account getting put in some pretty inappropriate situations, right? Getting put in some pretty bad situations that an underage person should not find themselves in. But the allegation is that Demon Mama and Gayfesh and the rest of the community over there knew that this person was underage and allowed them to be put in these inappropriate situations nonetheless. Their allegation that this person was exploited as a worker and maybe experienced some kind of wage theft. They were running Demon Mama's channel and making precious little from it. Their claim, if it is to be believed, that it's between $2 and $11 a video, which, it'd be one thing if Demon Mama was really hurting for money and her channel was struggling and she was trying to, build it and stuff like that, right? But, we're talking about a person who spent $5,000, or at least that's the claim. That's the claim, is that she spent $5,000 to get her tongue split while paying her editor, thumbnail artist, and whatever else this person was doing, essentially running her YouTube channel precious little. So, I mean, that's the allegation. Now, this has been controversial, right? Because in the beginning of the video, Tyler, some would say doxes, I will say, to be conservative, shares inappropriately, I think, some personal information of Demon Mama's, some identifying information of Demon Mama's. And Sunday does not think that there's a good reason for that, right? So he's brought up some questions for Tyler, right? After Tyler put out the video making the allegations, there is a little bit of a lack of supporting details, right? And Sunday's asking, can we get these details firmed up? Sunday, if you read his correspondence with Tyler, is on his side, wants to expose whatever rotten thing is going on in Demon Mama's community, but doesn't want to be exposed to, the accusation of putting forward a hit piece with very little evidence. So, right, his goal seems to be to firm up that evidence and get everything confirmed before, going full hog on this. But Tyler's already put himself out there. He's put himself out there. He's put the victim out there. And it's kind of a shitty situation.
But now there are
freaking communists invading radicals. But Tyler is taking this criticism or this concern on Sunday's behalf as undermining his claims, as Sunday sweeping for Demon Mama and trying to protect these people who have put this underage person in a very inappropriate situation. So those are the competing claims. We started to go into that. We saw all of Sunday's DMs with Westside Tyler yesterday. If you want to check those out, you can watch my VOD for yesterday. It's up and it's very long. You gotta click forward till the end of it. Much like today, we had a lot of political content to get through, And well, now we're gonna do this this commentary content as well. So we're gonna get into this. We're about ready for this. How are we doing, chat? How are we doing? I can't tell who is at the root of this, Tyler, Demon Mama, or President Sunday situation. Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery. That's why we're getting our magnifying glasses. We're getting our detective hats, and we're going through this like gumshoes. We're little gumshoes out there looking for Carmen Sandiego, who I apparently need to learn more about because Carmen Sandiego sounds like an awesome chick, but we still have to. She still has to face justice, nonetheless. So yeah, here we are. We're ready to go. 69 likes. That is pretty measly. That is pretty sad. But regardless, we're going to get into this. Now, again, like I said, chat, we've got the opportunity after this content to do some bonus content. That content could take the form of MAGA turns on Joe Rogan. It could take the form of Squid Tips versus Vosh. It could take the form of Andrew Tate transvestigation. It could take the form of J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote. Choose the form of your destroyer, I say. Choose the form of your destroyer. And right now we've got a dono goal here. A sad little dono goal at 10%, right? 10% out of 100%. That thing needs to be up to 100%. We need to somehow gain 90% by the end of the stream. How do we gain 90%? When people donate, that dono goal goes up. Not only does that dono goal go up, but people who donate get to tell me where to put their money. I'm going to put your money where your mouth is, and your mouth is on the topic of your choice. So you'll be able to add percentages. You'll be able to add points to the topic of your choice just by donating. When you donate, let me know which of these topics you're feeling, and I will add a percentage in accordance with the donation to the subject of your choice, and it'll make it more likely for us to cover that, right? It'll also make the dono goal go up, and when number goes up, then bonus content is rendered, and I'll stay on stream a little bit longer and cover yet one more subject for you. So that's where we're going tonight. That's where we're headed. And again, any kind of donation, what kind of donation counts? Any kind of donation. What is glitching? Oh no. What is glitching?